Alright, hello guys. I am playing GFL2. I am doing the Centuricy event. Um, Honestly, when she came out, I was like, sick. She's cool. And I didn't realize she was a fire unit, so I was like, okay, you know what? I might as well get her for Sharkry and QJ. So, I'm doing her event now. Um, any events that doesn't have any voice acting, like, I didn't, like, bother opening this, so I don't know. So, if it does have voice acting, oops. Um, so for the look at this, okay, so it has one cutscene moment. So I'm gonna do this now. Do you realize this event is gonna end in 7 days because I think the next unit is Kluke. So I need to start doing a lot of things today as well. So yeah. The first rays of daybreak stream in through the trees that line the pavement, shining into a perfectly ordinary little cafe by the side of the street. A girl dressed like a shop attendant is hard at work. She's cleaning up the planters, making snacks, and changing out the coffee beans. She systematically works through the tasks that have to be completed before the cafe can be open for business, perhaps because her neural cloud is occupied by those routine tasks. But she doesn't seem to notice the footsteps approaching her. Good morning! Springfield circles around to the other side of the counter and watches the look of surprise of the other girl's face with interest. Ah, manager. It's not often that I find you so distracted, Centurion. My apologies. Why must you apologize? The point of this cafe is to help everyone live a relaxed life after all. Centurion and Springfield look up at the same time. This cafe, decorated in a retro style, has a signboard reading Zucherro at its door. The Zucherro Cafe is not only a popular hangout for the local residents, but also a secret clearinghouse run by ex-Griffin dolls to help their colleagues obtain information and seek help. Ooh! Such a information area for the commander's dolls in GFL1, which we still have to. Which I know people have been trying to find out what the contract holds and what is it for. So the only hint that people mention is how it's related to Rosa. That's all I know. After many years, the cafe has gradually put down roots and flourished, and it is entirely due to the efforts of the dolls who run it. Springfield nods seriously and smiles. Well, being able to see you this relaxed proves that my hard work hasn't gone to waste. Of course, I'll continue doing my best with you from here on out, manager. I'll be counting on you. That said, they are here today. Who's they? But in that case, we won't need to worry anymore about the security situation. Indeed, right now, Zucherro is probably the safest place in the entire city. This also means I'll be able to put all my focus onto today's task. After all, the preparations for today must be handled with the utmost rigor. You have a point. Let me help you too. Centuriously nods. Springfield steps behind a nearby cabinet, quickly dons an apron before helping to portion out the desserts Centuriously has made before placing them into the cold case. Seemingly spotting something of note, Springfield pauses as she tops off the milk in the coffee machine. Bleh, I can't speak today. Then she leans in, close, and takes a sniff of the grinder hopper. Oh my, are the beans in the machine from your private reserve of black ivory coffee? These things are too precious for most merchants to sell, even in the satellite city. God, when I hear satellite city, I think of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Sorry. um, the, the, the satellite. As I recall, you saved up many collapse pieces to buy them. Are you going to use them all today? Upon hearing oh wow, I didn't realize I put my volume low. I'm trying to find the perfect volume. Okay, there we go. Upon hearing Springfield speak, Centurious's flushes a faint pink. Ooh. Yes, I would like to make best possible coffee I can today. At one point, I gotta get a better mic, but I gotta move my posters behind this wall later. Goddamn. Sinceriously turns to the calendar on the counter to a new page with a thoughtful look on her face. Each box on the calendar is filled with entries for events and different styles of handwriting, such as me with coffee bean supplier, trim the lawn, 100th Zucherro live. That means Sharkery is already here. God dang it. And so on. Meanwhile, today's box was only one word on it. Reserved. For what? Ah, about that. Have you wrapped the gift for our customer yet? Of course. I modified and cared for it in a special ways just so our customer will feel the full extent of the surprise you prepared. Nice! Well done, Satiriusi. You covered all the bases. Let's go. I honestly don't know how the cafe would manage without you. Hold on. Satiriusi, best girl. Oh, well, best maid is the word. You flatter me. All this is just standard procedure. That's good. Oh, yes. The cookies are almost done. Would you like to try them, manager? I think not. I have some other work I need to wrap up. The rest is up to you. I'll take care of it for you. Sinceriously didn't say anything else, turning aside to let Springfield through, as though they have rehearsed this movement countless times before. Oh, be in the kitchen! What's she cooking? Springfield opens the door to the kitchen and pushes the cake flour on the shelf to one side before moving the syrup on the topmost shelf into another cabinet. Another tidying the place up, she moves the cabinet aside, revealing a patch of wall of whose colors are brighter and an account of not being exposed to the sun as much as its surroundings. Finally, she knocks twice on the wall. I'm gonna do that for a knock. The wall section creaks, then it suddenly splits open along with a hidden seam, revealing a secret passage just large enough for a single person to pass through. Oh, shit. In the darkness, Springfield expertly feels her way along the wall and finds a switch on it. A light comes on and illuminates the interior. A huge display monitor dominates a cramped room and turns on with the lights, displaying several locations being monitored by security cameras. Springfield scans the images on the screen, then presses the intercom button below it. Oh. Right on time, Manager Springfield. Oh, who's this? We managed to hire several very capable staffers recently, so I'm much less busy now. Hey! So, have you got any new stock in lately? Of course I have. What kind do you want? I'll go with coffee beans. I like the sweeter kind. One of our regulars have developed a taste for them. Also, have you received the special blend that Macchiato sent over last time? Damn it, I said to use Maki as well. Oh yes, I have. It was delicious. You have more next time. I want it all. My, aren't we greedy? Can you blame me when your menu items are all excellent? Chef's kiss. Now then, back to business. The special guest I mentioned earlier will be visiting us today. I would like to ensure that nothing goes wrong with this meeting. Oh no. I don't know if you heard that, but I knocked on wood. As a supplier, can you provide the coffee beans today? Oh. Oh, looks like this guest of yours is quite the VIP. Oh yes, he's our most valuable client after all. Oh no. I see. And here I thought you were joking when you mentioned it last time. You really are a kidder. I've always taken my work seriously. Hey. Sorry. That wasn't what I meant. Ah, if you're an insist, I do have some extra coffee beans that I can supply you today, manager. However, there will be extra charge for a rush order like this one. Of course, we will settle our bill with you per standard procedure. Springfield soon receives a message. As she reads it, it automatically deletes itself. Excuse me. My, this does help a lot. Oh. I'm just letting that rock. Just as she's about to continue, an internal call suddenly comes over to her communicator. Pardon me, but it seems we have a bit of a situation in the cafe. We'll continue this later then. The other party hangs up, and Springfield answers the call. Immediately, he hears a familiar voice. Maki! Manager, we spotted several suspicious individuals approaching Zucherro. Should I deal with them? Springfield looks at the screen. The security cameras show several thugs waggering down the street. It seems they're just troublesome guests. So we'll let Sharkery handle them. Did you hear that, Sharkery? Is it time for Sharkery's debut at last? God dang it. It seems there are some troublesome guests to the northwest of the cafe. Please take care of them. And this is before we have the pet diner gate. Will do. Sharkery will give each and every one of them a perfect show. Of course you will. Oh, damn. On a building roughly 1 kilometer out from the Zucherro Cafe, Macchiato is lying prone behind a set of guardrails on a balcony, concealed by a camouflage cape. After hearing the voice through her communicator, she finally shifts her gaze away from the optical scope for a moment. As she watches the doll in the distance sauntering off with exaggerated, dance-like steps, Macchiato grumbles to herself. Of course. Honestly, can we really count on her? Well, while she's a civilian doll primarily intended for the entertainment industry, this young miss had been fitted with a really advanced fire control component. Usually, she's the one who handles troublesome guests like these when you're not around. Oh. There's that written all over Macchiato's face as she continues studying Sharkery through her scope. Clearly, she is not convinced by Springfield's words. However, the suspicions this individuals each fade from Macchiato's view over the course of the next few minutes. Nice. Looks like they're simply layabouts. Fortunately, they didn't pose a real threat. Now what? Sharkery, how are things now? Oh, one moment, manager. This is the last of them. Sharkery's voice comes over the transmission. Hey, aren't you from that bar in the underground shopping street? Have you paid your protection money for the month? If not, you'll... Wait a minute. Are you a doll? Aye! Ow, 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 ow. Stay back! Run away! Run away! Well, there you go. The sounds of flesh being bludgeoned fills the channel. See? Wow, called out. She's good at this. I guess tricking the enemy with her deceptive appearance must be part of how she gets the job done. What's this? Is that jealousy I hear, Macchiato? Damn. Hell no! Who would be jealous of a spoiled little brat anyway? Besides, all I need is a gun in my hand. Oh. And that's a wrap up. Sharkery suddenly cuts into transmission, striking a pose before proudly declaring her work is done. Manager, I finished my mission without a hitch. Nice! Sharkery, what's that behind you? Oh. In the video feed, an arm slowly reaches out from a dumpster behind Sharkery. Sharkery glances back and delivers a lightning-fast kick that sends the arm back into the dumpster. Wow. Knocked out. It's nothing at all. Fair. So you just threw them into the trash. You could have at least dumped them in the front of the nearest police box. Well, Oh no, my makeup's right. Oh, great. I need to go touch myself up. You have the stage now, Miss Macchiato. Goddamn. Hot. There she goes. I can't believe it. She went and spouted a bunch of crap, then walked off just like that. I called her back. You should come back too, Macchiato. He's not here yet, is he? May I should keep watch until he sets foot into the cafe? The police will keep an eye on things for today. And besides, I'm sure you don't want to be stuck alone on a roof when he shows up, right? Fine, I got it. I'm calling back now, okay? Although she has a annoyed scowl on her face, Macchiato is already getting to work on her final task. First, she opens up her terminal and refreshes her data links. Scenes from the cameras monitoring the streets around the Zucherro flash through her mind. Macchiato's zero cloud carefully parses and filters every single suspicious individual and sound, as well as windows and vehicles that could be used to spy on them. The 14th check reveals no suspicion conditions. The surrounding streets are safe. Having reached that conclusion, Macchiato stands up, looks down from the highest ground in the city. As a professional sniper, she knows the layout of this place in the back of her, like in the back of her hand. While the satellite city in the green zone she can have a bullet in the opposition's skull within half a second of any threat exposing themselves, should the situation call for it. Nice. Considering what kind of location this day is, she does not want any unexpected interruptions. After verifying the situation, Macchiato disconnects the data cable plugged into a floor port before returning her exquisite rifle into its violin case, leap off the side of the building. Nice. 20 minutes later, after Zucherro's door's chime rings for the last time today, the 4 members of the cafe staff are finally gathered inside the cafe. Whew! Thank you, Miss Macchiato. Your coffee's ready. Okay, thanks. What's with this music? Hold on. Macchiato accepts the cup and gets a whiff. With a rich scent of caramel wafts into her nose, she takes a sip and her tense nerves promptly relax. The bitterness is just right and the feels really dense. In any case, at least you didn't try to mess with me and treat me like a kid. That's crazy. You know, you could just praise Centuriously directly if you really want to. It's a soon. Relax. Were you expressing praise just now, Miss Macchiato? You see, the person in question had no idea you were doing it at all. What a pain. I'll be more careful next time. You're really good at catering to everyone's taste, Centuriously. This hot cocoa tastes super yummy too. Hot cocoa! Alright. As I thought, rather than icky bitter coffee, sweet cocoa really does suit this super cute charcuterie best. Of course. Kids really are easy to fool. Speak for yourself! Are you praising Miss Charcuterie for being cute? Centuries, please. Eh? Ah! Got you. Got her. Of course not. Damn. Same. Looks that apart from lessons on cafe work, Centuriously also needs to study up on speaking Macchiato's language too. That's crazy. I will do my best. I hope so. I know you will. Why acting so serious about this anyway? Your soon does not go through Seriously. So, yeah. Look, Miss Macchiato's ears are red again. Damn! Perhaps she's trying to change the subject, Or perhaps she's really bothered by something, but Macchiato turns to look outside the window as she annoyedly drums her finger on the table. Speaking of which, isn't our guest here yet? Oh. The dolls all look outside. Crowds of people mill back and forth on the street, but the person they're hoping to see hasn't shown up yet. Oh. The case will get cold if he doesn't arrive soon. Time ticks by, and as the sun rises, the anticipation in the girl's heart soon becomes worry. Did something happen to him on his way here? They don't want to speculate on the reasons for it. However, their guest has always been a very punctual person. The cafe telephone rings in silence. Springfield heads over to the counter and picks it up immediately, as though she's been waiting for it all this time. As she raises it to her ear, she mimes a shushing gesture to the other members of the cafe. Hello, Zucherro Cafe. Would you like a reservation or home delivery order? Oh, is this the password system you arranged with him? However, the voice on the other end line is not the voice they have longed for. Springfield immediately turns to put her back to the counter, gives the other three dolls meaningful looks. Why are you here? It's been a while, Miss Springfield. Alright then, let's dispense the pleasantries. Does the fact that you have this comms code mean that you are with him? A wise deduction. And yes, I need your help, but I need you to help us out right now. You won't refuse us, will you? Wait, this is the connection to Diane's event. It makes sense now. Please get to the point. Also, before I continue, let me pull up my calendar. Let me do this real quick so people know that this ahead of time. Okay, so during this recording, or during the time of this recording, give me a moment. Okay, so during the time of this recording, it is March 12th. You really can't see it because of my screen, but it's like March 12th. Hold on, let me find a better way to represent it. But yeah, it's March 12th when during this recording. I'll find a way to show it a better way. But for now, like I said, today's March 12th when this was recorded. So let me fix this. Okay. Please get to the point. Okay. Simply put, things are getting wrong as usual, and the threat level is code red. Wait a minute. Hold on, after I read this. I send you the coordinates and a route. Whether or not he'll still be alive depends on how quickly you get there. Oop, there we go. Simply put, things have gone wrong as usual. What the hell? That's crazy. We got GFL1 called us out. No reason. Damn. See you later then, ladies of the Zucherro. After some silence, Daniel Lion hangs up. What? Seems our guest has encountered some difficulty on his way here. I believe you will need to make a delivery. Manager, we'll be using the emergency action plan. One moment, please. While she has rehearsed the scenario in her neural cloud countless times, Springfield still wants to ensure that the plan goes off without a hitch. Macchiato, go with loadout number 1, brings as much ammo as possible. After that, drive everyone to the objective location. Got it! Sharkry, ensure that our order is delivered. Can you ensure the order is delivered? I believe you'll install the Relevant software already. No problem. Sharkry has gone through tons of sim training. And as for you, Sinceriously, I feel we'll have to open that gift as we were saving for our guests ahead of time. I apologize for that. I know you spent a lot of time preparing that surprise. That's fine. The gift exists because he needs it. Oh? Its value will be maximized if we send it right when it is required. Thank you. Just in case, I'll stay in the cafe and provide remote support. If the worst should come to pass, I'll activate our emergency measures. If that happens, do not return to the Zucherro. Proceed immediately to the backup safe house and meet there. Understood. Please be careful. O2. I will. Sincerely, please take care of everyone while we are outside. I'll make sure I'll keep everyone safe. So, in return, please wait at home for our return. The Venetian lines slowly close, hedging the sunlight outside the cafe, and the sound of the cafe door closing is drowned out by the clack of rounds being chambered. A place which provides delicious food in times of leisure, one which protects that which is important in times of danger. That is what the Zucherro is. Damn, that was a long intro. Oh, here we go. 2 kilometers out, due west of the Intercontinental Railway transfer station. Colored IFVs drive out of the mist, the autocannons in their turrets sweeping left and right, searching for enemies. There's a large pit in front of these IFVs. One of them comes to a halt about 50 meters away from the pit. After ensuring the situation is safe, its rear hatch slams to the ground. Black armored troopers cautiously dismount, turning on powerful flashlights mounted on their weapons, and illuminating the vast, seemingly bottomless pit before them. The sky starts to drizzle, and the soldier's bracelet starts to turn yellow. However, the troopers ignore the rising particle density. After the squad disperses and takes form, a red-haired woman emerges from the vehicle. She walks past the troopers up to the pit. Troopers act like they don't see her, their guns raised as they continue watching their surroundings for danger. She raises a cigarette to her mouth and lights it before looking disdainfully into the pit and taking a puff. The rain unfortunately puts the cigarette out. There's rain. The woman scowls and tosses the cigarette to the ground before forcefully stomping it out. Bad sign my ass. It's just same shit, different day. Behind her, several more IFVs drive up to the pit. Black armored troops quickly dismount and spread out to scan their surroundings. Soon, they fill up the space in front of the pit. The badges on the black armored troopers proclaim them to be from Mangi Security, but their equipment and attitudes are markedly different from the average PMC grunts. The woman changes the channel on her radio and begins giving orders. Everyone, listen up. This is Hazard Level 3 assignment. Charlie, Delta, Foxtrot, and Foxtrot teams. Head on the ground and carry out Plan C27. Bravo and Echo teams, watch the perimeter. Alpha teams, stand by. Now, as for our OE, she takes out another cigarette and lights it. After taking a puff, she pauses for a moment. Then, the woman slowly exhales a cloud of smoke before giving her orders. Hello! Kill everything that moves. Hello, ma'am. Why are you here? Or who are you? The black woman armored troops are silent. The woman gestures and 3 teams of men immediately pivot and head into the pit, while the other 2 begin establishing a defense line around them. The woman continues smoking a cigarette. The soldier behind her waits until she's done before walking up and asking her a question. Oh, Adjutant Lenting, and why are we deploying 6 combat teams on a single level 3 assignment? Because the brass paid to deploy 6 combat teams. Even so, don't you think 6 teams is a little much? Does a Black Op this time around really bother that brass that much? Just look. Oh, don't you dare kill the guy. He's just being an honest worker. Lintine points at the terminal in her hand, which shows the view from a trooper's helmet camera system. She grimaces in disgust as she looks at the insignia on the wall, and she covers it up by lighting another cigarette. Paradies again. Damn. The squad leader shakes his head. They've been way too active recently. It's making us look bad too. You mean our nickname? Thanks to this goddamn black op, even the rest of the Mangi security forces would rather die than let us help them. Um, I mean, have you ever heard the nickname they gave us? Omen. You don't like it? Oh. We're the best of the best Mangi security. We should be something in like the Shining Edge, not Omen or whatever. You're about to be surprised. Shining Edge. The woman suddenly laughs out loud, then cuts her laughter by sticking a cigarette into her mouth. After taking a puff and getting her breathing under control again, she begins to speak. Frankly speaking, I actually like that name. Nobody wants to hear it is going to have any illusions about what we're going to do next. She points at the squad leader's head. Say, your name is Kenny? Kenny, when you become a security contractor, did you actually think you'd be keeping anything safe? Of course not. Oh. Did you know? I really, really hate it when people go expecting something out of me and then ended up depressed when their expectations fall short. I keep hearing crap during missions like aren't you here to save us? Or can you do this? Or and whenever I do, it makes me think that I'm just a parrot in a cage. A parrot. Because everyone thinks you should be be saying what they expect you to say. Nothing else registers proper words to them. It's just like noise, like rooster going ah or something. Kenny is momentarily at loss for how to respond. Just then, a voice comes over in the radio, and the two of them, uh, end their chit chat to check their terminals. Adjutant Lentine, we're closing on the target, preparing to enter. Switch off all security cameras, but leave one patch directly into our comm channel. Do not record any imagery from this mission. Roger. Have Delta block off the entrance. Foxtrot will cover you. Use up all your explosives. Roger. Time for work. Lentine tosses a cigarette butt aside and heads for IFV, with Kenny trailing after her. Once they get inside, the monitors inside the vehicle show the positions of the combat team members who have entered the tunnels, and a view from their body cameras. On the screen, the black armored troopers are moving from the elevator platform towards a huge smashed gate. They enter the room beyond, covering each other in a leapfrog fashion. Leapfrog, I missed that. The room inside contains several dozen huge culture tanks with human body parts imaged from plant tendrils floating in the culture solutions. The power source in their middle glows dimly. We found multiple samples. The power has been shut off. There might be a contact risk. Stay away from those tanks. Inform all teams that the assignment's hazard level has been upgraded to level 2. Understood. I'll let them know right away. Looks like their ritual site is down there. It's not often that there's one so close to the green zone. These lunatics are getting wilder and wilder. Don't let your ethic cloud your judgment. We take money to solve problems. We're just gophers for a small, independent PMC. Take Bravo off sentry duty. Have them go down there to support the others. Got it. I'll contact them. Kenny keys his radio, gives order to the combat team on their perimeter. Lentine's eyes are focused on the screen. Images from the camera continues moving as the troopers take plastic explosives out of their backpacks, which they plant in various corners of the room. Oh. No life storm detected nearby. Charges have been set, awaiting for further instructions. Proceed for Ah! Oh. There's a shout from behind and the images shakes violently. The viewpoint quickly turns to the rear, where a trooper in the back has been impaled through the forearm by a thorny plant stem from one of the culture tanks. The trooper tries to escape, but the stem burrows deeper into his flesh. Purple liquid oozes out of the stabbed area and the woman's arm immediately swells up. The man beside him draws a knife from his waist and promptly chops off the wound's forearm. Wound with the man's forearm. The lab soldier wails in agony, staggering back from the pain and shock. His teammates pulls out a med kit and administer anesthetic and painkillers. The camera view shifts to the plant that is still burrowing deep into the severed arm. A white-colored mist sprays from the off camera. Abnormal contact has occurred. One man has been injured, suppressing with liquid nitrogen. The vegetation soon freezes over. Unable to bear the weight of the forearm, it falls to the ground and splinters into many pieces. How many times do I tell you not to approach those tanks? God dang it. Lentine sighs and rubs her temples. Fair point. Send them up. Will do. Lentine leans back into her chair and addresses Kenny in a mocking tone. Well, well, lucky him. For the low price of half an arm, he gets to collect a big fat compensation paycheck. That guy who was wounded was probably Maceo. He's been with us for close to 10 years. Close to 10 years? It's been that long already? You know, when I get sick of being adjutant, you should take over. I'll go join a combat squad and get some random little injury. When the time comes, make sure you give me a nice little bonus, enough to retire with. Ha! That's crazy. Yeah, right, adjutant. Who else would be kind enough to share their compensation with someone else? You mean you want to share yours with mine? Hell no. Wow, petty much? Wow, you guys must be good friends. Pentine pouts to express her displeasure, but they've been through this routine so many times before that Kenny doesn't bother following up on the old gag with her. How many more rooms are there which need blowing? Intel indicates there are 2 more. Looks like there's a whole mess of black op for us today. Suddenly, Lentine pulls off her earpiece. Kenny's about to speak, but she signals for him to stop. Do you hear something? I think it sounded like a helicopter. A helicopter? The squad leader removes his earpiece, listens carefully, then shakes his head. Not a thing. What happened? Our intel didn't mention anything about an aircraft passing nearby, right? I mean, it's perfectly normal for people to use aircraft without filling for permission in an ungoverned region like this. Lentine frowns and puts her earpiece back on, but she continues speaking in an unhappy tone. I have a bad feeling about this. Adjutant Lentine, we just got transmission from Bravo. They found an elevator that wasn't mentioned in the intel. There's a large thermal signature coming from the chamber below the elevator. Uh-oh. I'll patch in a video feed over there. The 2 of them run back to the screen. It flashes, then its perspective changes. This time, the viewer's looking into the pit with a thermal imager. Give me the size and composition of the thermal signature. On moment, please. Scan complete. I'm picking up at least 40 life forms and a massive thermal source, massing at least 5 units or more. 5 units. This is a boojum then. So they summoned us before the ritual was complete. This doesn't happen often. The sound of gunshots come over the transmission, seemingly from a long distance away. I hear gunshots! All teams, stay alert! Who are you engaging? Hang on. There's nobody. None of the teams have engaged anyone. Then something must have happened on the ground. Delta, finish planting the explosives. The rest of you, head deeper into the pit. This assignment's hazard level is now 1. All personnel, prepare to engage a boojum. Understood. While the answer was simple enough, there was a added hint of nervousness in the man's voice. They're calling this a hazard level 3 mission even though there's a boojum present? You were wondering why they shelled out so much, right? Looks like you got your answer. Still, even if the FBN group is in charge of things, a boojum so close to a green zone is going too far. Forget it. This isn't any of our business. Have Alpha prepare themselves. We'll be... Oh. Suddenly they hear bullets striking the exterior armor plate of the vehicles, followed by an emergency transmission over the radio. This is Echo. We engage unknown dolls. They're attempting to enter the underground chamber. Let's go! Dolls? How many? Unable to estimate. They have a sniper. 2 of our guys have been hit. We're pinned down. God damn it. Kenny, get the IFV over and give them fire support. Why now of all times? Rhino 2, Rhino 3. What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you returning fire? What? Your optics were destroyed. You shower of useless assholes. Must I do everything myself? Kenny climbs into the gunner's seats and prepares to mainly control the autocannon for the attack. However, there's a sound of crisp impact from the vehicle, and the gunner's monitor in front of him promptly bursts into a sea of static. What? Don't waste your time. We aren't going against any ordinary dolls. Alpha, mount up. We're moving in to assist. It's time! I'm approaching the coordinates Miss Dandelion sent us. If I see some IFVs here, they might end up being a big threat to us. I destroyed their optics. They shouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. Aw, got it. Ready to break in? Yep. Yeah. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be at your position ASAP. Sharky, stay inside and keep the engines running. Prepared to head out at any time. So I won't go get a chance to shine? Not unless you want some 25mm ventilation in your frame. Wait, they got jetpacks? Okay then, but don't take your time. They got jetpacks! We can't hold an adjutant. Oh. Those dolls made it underground. That fighting style and such capable T-dolls. This is Bravo. We made contact with some unknown T-dolls. They got a lot of firepower on the side. Requesting backup. So there are T-dolls underground as well. Looks like things are becoming more and more interesting. Interesting. Leave 3 people behind to tend the wounded. Everyone else, follow me. We're going after those dolls. Got it! Meanwhile, on the other side of the pit, how many more enemies? I knew it! There shouldn't be at least 50 according to the scans, right? Is there another way? As you can see right now, I'm just a diner. Look, I'm being serious here! In that case, we should be able to solve the problem handily once our reinforcements arrive, right? Reinforcements? Where are we getting reinforcements from? Just then, I hear a familiar, yet unfamiliar voice in my earpiece. The moment I do, I know that we've been tossed a lifeline. Master, do you read me? Loud and clear! We received and analyzed this threat signal, and we are now approaching your location. Macchiato's come too. Wait for us, Commander. Don't you dare die down there. Looks like my number is not up just yet. Daniel, give me Centurion's location. Already sent. The enemy's weight of fire is massive. The sooner we're out of here, the better. Because then we don't need... Oh, more enemy reinforcements will show up. I quickly glance through the signal icons on my terminal. Centurious and the others are approaching fast from their position. I can count on them to help me pincer the enemy. However, we need to take care of Helena back from the Fujin first. I look around. Diane's hitting the enemy with everything she's got. Kolfnit and the Helena she's protecting are looking at me with frightening eyes. We don't have much time for error, but I'm certain that even after all this time, the dolls could still work well together. There's no time to hesitate. I quickly decide my next move and give my orders. Diane! Commander? I need suppressive fire from you and Jiang Yu in the direction to draw their attention. Our reinforcements will flank them from behind, and will break out through their location. Ah, yes. Dandelion, help compute the ideal attack route for Diane and Seriously and send it to them. Already done and sent. Seriously, give me Sibra once you're in position, then wait for my go. Yes, Master. ETA, 1 minute. Diane, keep laying down fire. When I give you the word, we'll make a break for a more open area and draw the enemy's attention. Jiang Yu, can you and your big sis put down a good show to distract them? No problem. Just leave it to me. That's all I needed to hear. And who might this be? All right. Her name is Zhao Hui. She's a new friend of ours. Got it. Here, how about this? You look pretty agile. So can you help me bring Helena back to us? I'll have Dandelion disable Helena's defense systems. That's Diane's and Jiang Yu's commander for you. Already giving orders without hesitation, even though this is the first time we met. Hey, if you can't handle it, I can do it instead. No, you're with your sister. Screw you. Of course I can. Should I head out now? I'm glad you're willing to help. Wait for my signal. I look up at the Helena still floating in the air. She's watching us struggle for the look of amusement on her face. I pay her no further attention and look down at the Helena in front of me. You're Helena too, right? Yeah. Do you want to live? I can't die yet. I see the determination in her eyes, then I turn to Kofne. Protect her. She's also Helena. Oh, okay. Kovna reaches down to teleport the Helena beside her and looks up to the airborne Helena. So our Helena. Relax, she'll be fine. Saying so, I turn to look at the hovering Dandegate. You can do it, right, Dandelion? As you wish. After I give my orders, the dolls look at me. I take a deep breath and wait for the transmission to come in. Master, we reach our attack position. Waiting for your command. Got it! Everyone, go! Centurion and Macchiato silently drop down onto the elevator platform at the bottom of the shaft while their black armored enemies are focused on firing on the other direction. They suddenly open fire, cutting the black armored troops down before they know what's going on. The dolls soon take that position, and that the enemy once occupied begin providing us with cover fire. The Dandelion flies up Helena, who seems unhappy. The spherical defense systems begin to glow, but Dandelion seizes control of them before they can finish charging up. Nap time for bad kids. You. Before she can finish, the three spheres glow and then revert to their box form, which encloses Helena. Zhao Hui, go now! Got it! Zhao Hui throws out a grappling line and immediately springs toward a high ground while Diane and Jiang Yu rush towards Centuriacy. Run! Everyone breaks into a mad dash, with Centuriacy and Macchiato pinning them down. The enemy's volume of fire is significantly reduced. I'm running at the group's head while Colton and Helena follow close by behind me. Diane and Jiang Yu bring up our rear. As we approach Centuriacy, I notice the flickering of flashlight in a tunnel off to our side. Master, incoming enemy reinforcements. It's my blind spot. I can't hit them. Cover the commander. Diane and Jiang Yu immediately rush to the head of the group and turn to the face is the enemy reinforcements. Jiang Yu presses on my shoulder to get my head down while she and Diane block the bullets from the side. The two dolls mount a fighting retreat away from the enemy. Dazzling flashes of light erupt as bullets splinter and fragments against their frames, but they grit their teeth and continue returning fire. Looking up, I see that Zhao Hui has taken the Helena box out of the air. She's using her grappling line to rake the enemy with her one-handed as she swings through the air, briefly throwing them back. Go now! As the enemy fire falters, we begin in another sprint towards Centurious's location. Zhao Hui making a hard landing beside us, and the diner gate follows closely behind her. Centuriously, use this! Machiel picks up a smoke grenade from one of the black armored courses and tosses it to Centuriously. The two of them prime their smoke grenades and throw them out. The two smoke grenades hit the ground and clouds while white smoke obscures us. Woo! Everyone gets behind cover. Perhaps it's because they can't see us anymore, but the enemy gunfire simply stops. Sincerely, WA 2000, thank you for your support. I'm called Macchiato now. It was an honor, Miss 95 and 97. Are you alright? We're fine. Our frames are so functional, but we should leave ASAP. I look at the dolls. Diane's shoulder and head are damaged while Jiang Yu have two big holes in her thigh. Ooh. Sinceriously and Macchiato help them onto the platform elevator. Kolfne holds a panting Helena as they make their way forward, while Zhanghui struggles while dragging a heavy box on her back. I run onto the elevator too. It groans and rumbles before slowly gliding into movement. The dolls keep their weapons pointed the way we came, but no enemies follow us. The thunderous gunfire that surrounded us just now has suddenly vanished. The surroundings are quiet, except for the noise of the elevator. For some reason, I don't feel the joy of narrowly escaping death. On the contrary, a sense of foreboding fills my mind. Sharkry, are there enemies at the position we entered from? Not right now. Are you sure? This is important. Sharky's been watching through a telescope all this time. Alright then, start the ignition. We'll be there in 5 minutes. You have a vehicle outside? Me? Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise gift. A gift? But... Macchiato, bad news. Ton of IFVs headed toward your location. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Isn't that all the FIVs we saw just now? What should Sharkry do? Prepare to engage. Commander, there are FIVs trying to intercept us. I should have known they wouldn't let us go so easily. Master, I have a plan. Events Cinema! Alright, I already know who I'm using. I already know the 4 I'm using. Absolute Cinema. I already know the next 4 I'm using. Cinema! What the heck? Fleeing pursuit. The black helicopter looks just like how I remember it. Adjutant Lentine, look out! The red-haired woman is caught off guard by the green-clad doll, suddenly jumping across her path and forgets to duck. Kenny tackles Lentine to the ground, and the bullets that would have hit her square in the chest instead slam into the man's back plates. The other troopers immediately stop shooting and drag the 2 of them into safety. The woman gets to her feet and immediately checks on the squad leader's wounds. Kenny, are you alright? Hold up! Are you two dating? Or do you like each other? But you both don't know that yet. Hell if I know. She quickly inspects the place where he was struck and finds a bullet stuck between 2 of his ballistic plates. Damn! That's luck! Get up already. It's not going to get you... Wild. The woman kicks the squad leader, alright? After realizing he wasn't injured after all, Kenny scrambles to his feet. Lentine pays him no further heed. Instead, she peers out from behind their cover. The smoke cloud has fully spread out. She can't see anything. Adjutant, we had lost sight of the target. Should we pursue? Give me a casualty report. We got 12 KIAs and 25 WIAs. Losses are serious. Damn, that means 27 casualties. Goddamn motherfuckers! After them, I want them all to burn in hell. Calm down, Adjutant. We got a huge disadvantage for fighting dolls at this range. She clicks her tongue. Trembles with rage, she pulls out a cigarette and takes a deep drag from it to calm herself down. After a brief period of contemplation, her reason wins out over her emotions. Bravo! Evacuate the wounded. Everyone else from the other teams who can still move, form up into a squad and follow me. We're heading up to the surface to wipe them out. Once we get out of the underground levels, blow all the charges. Yes, ma'am! Kenny, have everyone from Echo who's still alive drive the IVs over to the block off the exit those dolls are using. Stop them no matter what, even if it means having to physically hit them with your cannon barrels. I'll contact them right away. The attack and losses sustained have far exceeded anything she has expected. Meanwhile, it's very hard for her to not imagine what has happened out here after looking at the corpses of the Bujim in the deep pit and that woman in the black outside of it. What the hell am I even fighting for? Then Teen mutters to herself, a mix of emotions in her heart. Then she casts aside her cigarette butt and vanishes into the darkness of the tunnels with the rest of her men. This is Rhino 4 hailing Rhino 1. We picked up Echo and we're heading to for the tunnel entrance. With remaining black armor troops file into the IFVs, their rear hatches closes up and their engines roar loudly. 1 copies, we're following behind you, ready to cover you anytime. The IFVs stop at the entrance of the tunnel. It is wide enough that I can drive into it side by side. The 3 IFVs are parked outside the entrance, flanking it with their autocannons pointing into their opening. All their targeting optics are riddled with bullet holes, forcing the crew to pop their hatches and physically view their surroundings. Vehicle headlights turn on, and one of them commander signals an advance, and the 2 lead IFVs drive into the tunnel. Rhino, let the infantry scout the surroundings. Don't let yourselves get flanked and ambushed. 4 copies, they're on high alert. The black armored men emerge from the vehicle, guns held at the ready as their eye around the area. As they eye around the area around them. Eye the area around them. It is the Lentine. The enemy is taking the elevator up. Head to the top elevator and landing and intercept them. Smash them to bits. 4 copies, Adjutant. You heard her. You heard her. Pick up the pace. Copy. Accelerating now. Nice. The IFV picks up speed, crushing crates and corpses underfoot. Ew. The black armor troopers notice that the crushed corpse have Mongi security written on their gear, but their rapid movement soon carries them out of sight. Oh. Stopping at the end of the tunnel, the IV's headlights cast a clear glow ahead, while the elevator platform noisily makes its way up to the shaft. The spinning yellow lights and alarm klaxons are a constant reminder to the IV crews who contemplate that the elevator is about to arrive. The elevator platform is stacked high with various crates. The IVs turn their turrets to cover as it comes into everyone's view. Open fire! Open fire! Roger, commencing attack. While they can't see the enemy positions, the IFV gunners pull the triggers on their hand stations without hesitation. The IV IL cannons and coaxial machine guns open up in unison. The tremendous power of their large caliber rounds, shredding the boxes and crates on the platform to pieces. The autocannon rounds even pierce the platform itself, turning it into Swiss cheese. The plumes of smoke from the gunfire cover the entire platform, and it is only 10 odd seconds of this withering barrage that the IVs finally cease their attack. Cease fire! Cease fire! Have any visual contact? Unable to determine, but there's no way anyone could survive that. Gah! A sharp blade slashes through the neck of the speaking trooper. He stares incredulously at a maid-attired doll who has appeared behind him. Blood spurts from his severed carotid and jugular. He tries with all his might to stop the bleeding, but fails, and he is collapsed limply through the turret hatch into the vehicle's interior. Ambush! Ambush! Drop off your troops! Arrgh! Excuse me. Another doll descends from the ceiling, landing heavily on the turret. Crewman nearest to her tries to pull out a pistol and shoot. When she kicks his head so hard it spins a full 360 degrees around his neck. What the hell is going on? Report! We've been ambushed! Disembark and form up now! That's crazy. Imagine getting kicked so hard that your head does a full 360. Don't shoot! We'll capture one of the IFVs and wipe out the rest of the enemies. Roger that. Commencing operation. Thanks, Sinceriously. Those autocannons would have shot us to bits if it wasn't for your warning. Climbing up tonic platforms was a piece of cake. Oh, I guess that was a typo, because it was supposed to be for Jiang Yu. Those people were totally underestimating us. Just before the IVs arrived, the dolls have already carried me and jumped to the elevator landing, where we hid in the side tunnel. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Seriously lay in an ambush on the ceiling, waiting for the enemy to deliver themselves into our net. There were no way those enemies would have given up so easily. Macchiato engaged our IFVs when we arrived here, so my guess was that they would have used them to head us off. You could thank yours truly for destroying their optical systems. Otherwise, they would have never exposed themselves like that. They did. Good point. We would have a much harder time if you hadn't buttoned up their vehicles. Those metal boxes are a real pain. Seeing how proud Macchiato looks, I nod in her directions to show my approval. Ha! Look at her, she's blushing. Still, staying here is too dangerous. I just let our dolls to gather up so we can begin deciding our next move. Thank you, everyone. You are a godsend. Come on, let's mount up. I'll handle the driving. Miss Dandelion, would you mind helping me download some driving software? On it. Sinceriously climbs into the driver's seat while the other dolls chuck the corpses out of the vehicle before filling up the passenger compartment. Sinceriously finishes downloading the IV driving software just as everyone finishes taking their places. Just as she begins to reverse, however, a massive explosion comes deep from within the underground complex. Damn it! They must be trying to blow up the place. Hurry! We need to get out of here! Yes, master! Centuria floors the accelerator on the IFV and it lurches forward. The tunnel behind the IFV begins to disintegrate. In its wake, ache and chunks of debris fall from the ceiling like stone rain. Rhino 4, come in! Rhino 4! Echo team, do you copy? Oh, she's getting pissed. I think they're all dead. Son of a bitch! All remaining Rhino units, listen up! Seal off this tunnel exit. The tunnel is collapsing faster, but Centurion is already driving as fast as the IV can go. From a perch inside the turret, Magiel spots more IVs waiting to ambush us, but there's no way we can slow down now. Shakri, get over to the tunnel exit right now. We need backup. Go plan 1. Weapons free. Weapons free. Is it time for Shakri's exciting performance at last? Yatta! We slam into the wall of lead from IVs outside the tunnel, forcing Macchiato to duck back inside the turret. In front, bullets, cannon shells, and all manners of ordnance throws up an endless rain of sparks as they ricochet off the IFV's armor. Behind us, the collapsing tunnel surges forward to consume us all. Suddenly, a tremor of tunneling, whirling blades shakes from the air, from behind the IFVs that are outside the tunnel. A helicopter armed with rocket pods have just arrived in attack position. It's a chopper! Attack chopper out there! A what? Hang on, we're almost there. The black-clad soldiers are running through the wilderness at top speed. The exit behind them belches with flame from the demolition charges as they sprint toward the other one. Quick! Shoot it! Shoot it! The IFVs begins swiveling, but it's too late for them. Oops, wrong button. Hold on. Oh God. Sorry. Just saving this. Okay, let's go. IRV starts begin swiveling, but it's too late for them. The helicopter hovers in midair, then a volley from its attack pods turns the IFVs into a burning wreckage. The IFV from the inside the tower roars out into the open air and bashes the flaming wreck aside, trailed by explosions which completely destroy the tunnel in its wake. As the flame chase it, the IFV carries on toward a small hill in the distance while spewing black smoke. The helicopter gracefully banks to the side and flies past us, landing on the hill where we were headed. Once we get there, Centuriously puts on the brakes and I emerge from the IFV. While I can barely open my eyes because of the downwash and grit, what I do manage to see still shocks me to the core. Nothing could be more familiar to me than the black helicopter before me, except perhaps from the worn but still legible statement on its side. The Shield of G&K. Get to the chopper! God dang it. There's no time to admire it though. The dolls pop to the IFV hatches and begin climbing towards it. I hope the dolls push Helena and the box into the cab. Evan. Top tier. In the distance, black armored troopers have also gotten to the high ground of their own. The woman who leads them anxiously gazes at a helicopter in the distance. God damn it! You weren't able to catch him up with them. Kenny, do you have any rocket launchers? We do! Bring that chopper down! Give me a pair of binos! The woman take the binoculars that one of her men hands her and looks through at the helicopter. Range, 260 meters. Fire when ready! Through the binoculars, she sees a doll pulling a human into the cabin. The human takes a seat on the lip of the passenger compartment. Lintine ups the magnificent indication of her binoculars, but when she sees the man's face, she suddenly freezes. Isn't that he from Frankfurt? She immediately changes her mind and gives another order. Cease fire! Huh? However, the squad immediately has already pulled the trigger. A rocket streaks towards the helicopter. The helicopter immediately pulls up, trying to bank ink out of the path of the rocket. However, the interchange of its course and that missile that has sealed the fate of the group of the helicopter. Firing. Two shots ring out, piercing the rocket, throwing it off course, which explodes in mid-air. What the hell? The shockwave from the rocket explosion shakes the helicopter, but the pilot soon levels it out and continues picking up speed, trying to get out of the godforsaken hellhole. We still have hospitals nearby. Find them! The helicopter is still in range. Should I keep going? As Kenny barks orders to his men, he raises another rocket launcher, waiting for Lintine's response. All units and take cover and wait for further instructions. Upon hearing the order, the black armored troopers obediently remain still and make no further movements. In the distance, the helicopter picks up speed and fades from sight. Meanwhile, the hidden shooters do not reveal themselves. So they're just preparing the escape. Then, two gunshots, two people. She shoves the binoculars back into Kenny's hands, then takes out a cigarette and lights it. The surviving men in black remain silent, as they waiting for Lintine's next order. A moment later, she throws the cigarette aside without so much taking I drag on it and turns to address Kenny. Contact HQ until the mission is complete. Then inform personnel and have them pay out the maximum compensations to our fallen men. Kenny nods. When writing your combat report, attribute all personnel and material losses in the battle with the Bujum. Do not mention anything about the battle with those dolls. What? Then find the most reliable underground broker you can. I need information. Lots of information. With that, Lentine heads into the distance, ignoring Kenny's question. The sounds of the world begins to fade as she loses herself in thought. There's only one thought left in her mind. Why? 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 Driven by the thought, she sets out on a mission of her own. Damn. What the hell did the commander do to her? I'm surprised this is a confirmed and select mission. What the hell? Things got crazy. Safe house. Here, you can freely share your secrets. Are we about to learn why it is what it is? The helicopter rises through the clouds and reaches its cruising height. I get back inside the cabin and close the door. Whereupon the active noise cancelling system installed in all Griffin helicopters engages and excludes all outside noises. The silence surrounding made me realize that I had left the combat zone, and it is only then that I realized that my hands are trembling, a feeling that is slowly rising up my arms. I clench my fists, doing my best to stabilize my heart rate, and then I begin considering the current situation. Based on what I saw just now, the involvement of Paradias, the PMC troops, and the other Helena are all very unnatural. What on earth is Dandelion trying to pull? Where is she trying to steer all this? I look at the flying diner gate, and think about how to get straight answer out of her. That missile headed at us clearly did not explode for no reason. From its trajectory and the position where it exploded, someone must have shot it down. In other words, someone secretly saved us. But who could have done that? I pondered the question, but can't come up with anything. Since I have no evidence nor proof to support it, all I can do is set it aside for now. So, where shall we go next? I'll ask Centurion and Macchiato later. I'm sure they have plans of their own. Shall I continue with this transport mission? I look at the box and the other Helena, who looks like the one I know, but acts completely different. Once we get to a safe place, I'm going to have a good long chat with her about what happened before he got to her. After this brief period of contemplation, I look around inside the cabin. There's a standard issue Griffin transport helicopter. Judging by its stability in flight and the normal operation of noise cancellation, this chopper has most likely been maintained at active duty spec from 10 years ago. Damn. While the fittings are a little old, they're all pretty much standard issue from back then. Even the first aid kit is the same place. Macchiato hovers over the co-pilot seat and talks to the doll I've never seen before about our flight path. Centuriously takes the first aid kit under the seat and begins treating the wounds of the dolls who were damaged in the battle just now. The dolls begin exchanging their names and rejoice over surviving that battle just now. I look at Kofne. She's trying to strike another conversation with another Helena, but the latter doesn't seem to respond in any way, only looking down at the box. She looks uneasy, but I can tell that she's trying to rein her emotions. She's secretly observing everyone since we got in the helicopter and thinking about something. The box had been secured to the cabin floor. Zhao He looks worriedly at it, then looks up at the hovering diner gate. Say, this This box is going to suddenly change back to sphere form, right? I assume direct control over the box authorizations. That said, its occupant might be able to take back control. Who knows? Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly looks up and addresses Dynagate in an earnest voice. She is already gone. Hmm? I can no longer sense the lurking unclean. She's gone. Hmm. The Dynagate flies eyes in front of the girl's face, its model eye focusing on her. But the face reflected in its glassy depths does not change. Looks like there's no more danger then. Lucky us. But she has left her burden behind. The box cannot not be opened for now. Why? Are you afraid she will replace you? Should do, you should not do that if you do not want her to die. After saying that, the girl lowers her head once again and remains silent, no longer listening to Dandelion's teasing. With a sigh, I look away from their conversation to the dolls. Sinceriously, I just finished binding Diane's wounds, so I approached them and asked about their condition. Diane, Jiangyu, are you alright? You don't have to worry, Commander. They were merely flesh wounds. Yep, a bandage or two will be just fine. Diane's injuries aren't particularly bad, but Jiang Yu has suffered a penetration injury through and through to her leg, so Sinceriously kneels before her and begins administering first aid. She carefully extracts the bullet and its fragments, then fills the wound channel with packing epoxy and applies a thin skin pack over the entry and exit wounds. Jiang Yu limbers her legs, then nods happily to Sinceriously in gratitude. Seeing as Sinceriously has finished her first aid for them, I decide to ask her the question that has been on my mind. So, what's the deal with this helicopter? Kind of slow on the uptake, aren't you, Commander? Can't you tell that this is a present that your subordinates prepared for you? The diner gate shifts its position to directly over my head. Alright, I tried to look up, but I can't see her. Is that true? Sinceriously put the tools back into the first aid kit and then looks up with a warm smile. Indeed. We heard that you were working in the Yellow Zone all this time, so the manager and everyone in Zucherro decided to chip in and get this for you. We were planning to present it to you when you came to the satellite city. However, the situation was urgent and you needed to go here ASAP, so we had to give it to you in this way. Do you like it, Master? I... This sudden urge of emotions leaves me unsure what to say next. Just say yes and hug them, bro! It's been like so long. I don't know how long it's been since you've been talking to your girls. You say you like it! As nostalgia hits my brain, I look around. I feel like I've gone back 10 years in time. But after seeing the box on the ground and held up beside me, I realize I'm no longer in the past. Thank you, everyone. Don't forget to thank Springfield. It took her a lot of effort to acquire this transport helicopter. After Macchiato finished talking with the pilot, she heads in the pilot's cabin and takes a seat opposite from me. Did she? And her name and your name now is Macchiato. That's my name now. Make sure you remember it. I will, Macchiato. Is Springfield with you too? Yes, manager's waiting for us in CHE-AO2. CH02. It's one of the satellite cities on the escort route. I look up at the diner gate. It pretends that it didn't notice me looking. We should be safe now. Would you like to contact the manager? Yes, should. Put me through, please. Centuriously adjusts the transmission frequency and patches the signal into my earpiece. Soon, I hear a familiar voice through it. Oh my, Commander, it's been a while since we last spoke. Damn, she's in her battle outfit! What the hell? Yes, it has. Sorry for you to making you go through all this trouble. Now, no need to stand on the ceremony, Commander. Are things going well on your end? Um, I guess not? Funny as ever, Commander. Judging by the fact you're speaking to me over this channel, I take it you already received your present? Yeah. Although I have no idea how you managed to hold on to it for so long. It's definitely a big gift, though. It's definitely appreciated. That's good to hear. I'll make preparations to receive you at the cafe. The cafe. I see. Speaking of which, I rather complicated bunch of guests with me. Will it be convenient for you? Miss Daniel has already told me the details of the situation. As for those Helenas, they'll need special care. You may need to take some preparations before coming to the cafe. Preparations, you say? I understand. Oh, regarding the Elmo, I explained the situation to Miss Mailing and asked her to not worry. You don't need to worry about the rest. I already told the staff members what to do. Just get some rest along the way. We'll deal with any problems that come up with you arrive at the Zucherro. Well, that's Springville for you. She's already taken into account of all the things that were worrying me. I nod and decall after thanking her. As I take the view outside of the window, a wave of tea suddenly washes over me. Apparently, the sense of security I felt from knowing that I was surrounded by my dolls led me to relax unconsciously. I'm tearing up, man. No, you can't do it. I'm tearing up. Stop. I'm tearing up. What the hell? You can't do that, man. Ah, you can't do that. I'm tearing up. I lean against my seat and close my eyes, allowing my consciousness to drift into the depths of my mind. Commander, Commander, an indistinct voice speaks into my ear. It sounds like Helena. I force my heavy-lidded eyes to open and focus my sight on the white-haired girl before me. Huh? There seems to be a film of condensation over my field of vision. Helena? Commander, we've arrived. I move my slightly stiff joints. I haven't been expecting to be sleeping so soundly. Then I look around. Helena's the only one here. Everyone else is gone. Where's everybody? Commander. She bursts into tears. There, don't cry. What happened? I fumble as I try to wipe her tears, but she ends up grabbing my wrist instead. I never imagined a child could be so strong. I can't break free from her grip. Commander, save me. The Helenas. Deceived. Lies. Don't worry, if nothing else, you'll be safe by my side. But if you need my help, then you'll need to tell me everything, okay? Helena is still sobbing, but she nods. Suddenly, her pupils dilate, and the strength of her hand fades. Aids. I use this opportunity to regain control of my wrists. Right after that, white mist floods in the outside the helicopter. Helena begins muttering to herself, as though she's been summoned by something. Helena won't. I'm not. I'm not traitor. Before she can finish, he turns and rushes into the mist. I reflexively follow her. As the mist clears, I grind to a halt as I see a seemingly end expanse of epitheliums before me. Countless Helenas are walking forward through the flowers. The epithelium blooms, and petals fall like rain. This beautiful scene is indescribably eerie. Helena! My voice shatters the silence of the Helenas. As one, they instantly took to look at me with vacant eyes. Only one of them has the same sad look on her face. You should not have come here. Then leave with me. We'll go together. Helena shakes her head. My destiny is here. Destiny? To hell with destiny! As thought flashes through my head, for some reason, I feel like if I let go of Helena, I will lose her forever. You are kind, Commander. What on earth are you saying? I pick up the pace until I reach Helena. I need to get out of this creepy place. I'll physically drag her away if I have to. However, no matter how much strength I use, Helena refused to budge. The kind die, but you must live. Helena picks up a epiphyllum beside her. The soft, lovely flower instantly transforms into a sharp blade that gleams coldly, and she stabs it into my heart without hesitation. I can't dodge the blow, but my chest doesn't hurt. It just feels cold. Helena weeps, and my consciousness grows hazy. I bolt upright, like I've been electrocuted. After gasping heavily for several seconds, I realize the diner gate is perched on my chest. That must have been where the coldness came from. Were you dreaming? Upon seeing that I getting up, the diner gate hops off my chest and takes to the air. I turn to look at the girl in the corner, down at the box, and quietly sigh. More like a nightmare. I think I was too tense. I'm okay now. The dandelion flies circles around my head before descending upon my face again. Okay. As long as you're fine, get ready. We're about to land. I look outside the window again. The helicopter is approaching the city. The doll whom Macchiato called Sharkery is speaking to the communicator. It seems she's talking to the local air traffic controls. Looking down, I notice despite us heading straight for the city, the air defense emplacements on the walls are not tracking us, as though we're old friends. That takes me by surprise. It implies that this helicopter has been legally registered and has permission to use the city's airspace. The cost of obtaining such permission might be greater than the price of the helicopter itself. Oh yeah, probably. The helicopter slowly descends as we near the city, until we end up touching down on the small helipad near the city walls. After stepping out of the helicopter, the massive quarantine walls fill my line of sight. As I look around, I notice that all nearby security cameras are facing elsewhere, as several men in police uniforms approach us. Macchiato moves up to meet them and stuffs several black cards into their hands. The men nod before heading towards the helicopter. They walk past us as though we were invisible and enter the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter lifts off and flies away elsewhere. Come with me, Commander. Miss Diane, Miss Jiang Yu, and Miss Zhao Hui. Sharkery will take you to the Zucherro Cafe. It is a safe place where you can rest for a while. Commander. Go rest. I'll come by afterwards. Diane nods and the trio of dolls head into the passage with Sharkery. Meanwhile, Macchiato enters a passcode into a nearby door before beckoning me over. I enter it with her, followed by Kovne, who is holding Helena's hand. Centauri is at the rear of the group, carrying the box on her back. After passing through a rundown maintenance passage and taking a cargo elevator to the underground area, we arrive at a small storage unit. There's a six-seater light truck inside it. We mount up in silence and drive out of the storage unit. As we emerge from the underground area, the sunlight hits my face. It's sunset now. The truck slowly climbs into the long spiral from the suburbs of the satellite city, towards a higher elevation. As we go deeper into the city, more and more lights come on. It seems they're celebrating some sort of festival. Helena's eyes are drawn to the lights of the city. She seems to be trying greedily to devour them all in her gazes. All this must be fresh and new to her. I can practically sense the excitement and eagerness boiling in her heart. However, when she looks back inside the truck and sees the box on the floorboards, her eyes go dull again. She knows that I'm looking and turns to look me in the eye. On my part, I do not shy away from her meeting gaze. Then her mouth opens as though she wants to say something, but then she hesitates. Instead, she turns away, looking neither at the city nor the box, but at her feet, and she seems to be waxing thoughtfully. An hour and 2 more changes of vehicle later, Macchiato drives into a skyscraper, whereupon I dismount and get into an elevator. As the door opens, we're greeted by a bright yet completely sealed room. Springfield is there, clearly. She has been waiting for us for quite a while. Welcome, Commander. Do you enjoy your trip? And here I thought we'd run into a blockade or be subjected to a thrilling car chase. Looks like I was still overthinking things. It would be terribly rude to subject you to things like that after you come all the way to CHEO2. Well, that's our reliable cafe manager for you. Speaking of which, this is Zucherro, is it? I look around. We appear to be a high-end safe house, packed with all kinds of comms equipment and weaponry. Even the walls are reinforced with ballistic armor plating. But of course, this is one of our hiding places. It used to be a high-end apartment. I renovated the interior, so it should be quite secure against internal and external threats. After considering how important this little miss might be, I thought this might be the best to put up everyone here. Well done, Springfield. You really did think of everything. Looks like I made the right choice in picking you as our first stop. The diner gate comes to a halt in front of Springfield and projects Dandelion's face. Why, if it isn't Miss Dandelion? I thought you'd be coming in person, but this body of yours... Oh, you know how it is. The commander couldn't spare me a proper frame, but wanted me to risk my life while slaving away for him. So I had no choice but to take this diner gate for now. Oi, that's not enough nonsense out of you. It's still the same old Miss Dandelion, it seems. Anyway, please help me charge up this diner gate. Its battery must be on its last legs after a whole day of flying around. I think I'll go take a rest myself. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Oh, well. The diner gate flies in above Springfield. With a snap, it powers down and falls into her hands. Springfield finds a wall socket and plugs the diner gate into it. Wow. Then she dusts her hands off before smiling at us. There's a room for everyone here. Let's all relax and take a break, yes? Springfield walks up to the girl. No, now it's for you, Miss Helena. If you don't mind, would you allow us to lend you a hand? The girl doesn't answer, and Covenant directs a fleeting gaze at me. It's fine. Let them handle it. You should get some rest too. We'll meet in the hall later. It is only after hearing me speak that Covenant lets go of Helena's hand. Sincerely lets Covenant to one of the rooms and escorts her inside. Springfield smiles and holds a hand out to Helena. The latter doesn't take it, but she eventually nods after hesitating for a moment. Springfield then turns to say a few things in Centuriousy, before the two of them lead Helena into her room. The room. Before they leave, Springfield turns to speak to me. Commander, you should go rest up. We'll contact you once we clean her up. Right. After Springfield and company leave, the only person left are me and Macchiato. Let me take you to your room. Please do. Macchiato leads me forward and stops in front of a door. I open it and see a guest room within. It's not too big, but it is luxurious and pointed, and there's a shower and bathroom inside. This is a really fancy place. I guess that's a high-end apartment for you. The one I bought is way better than this. Huh? You got a place of your own? Of course. Look, Commander, and I'm just saying if, it's nothing. Go bathe you smell like a fire. Okay, I'm going now. That's funny. In the room, Macchiato closes the door with a click. I sigh heavily, then take off my jacket before laying down on the bed. While I still feel pretty tired, sleeping is long incoming. After tossing and turning a few times, I decide to clean myself up and enter the bathroom for a shower. The clean room and comfortable warm water make me realize I haven't been treated like this well in a long time. As I spray myself with hot water from the shower head, I think back on the things that happened before this. One thing's for sure, I don't regret anything that happened. I feel much more refreshed after exiting the shower and drying myself off. Then it's on with my clothes and back on the bed again to await Springfield's summons. Just as I'm about to fall asleep again, after many minutes, I finally hear Springfield's voice from my terminal. Commander, is now a good time? We finished preparations on our end. Damn. I throw my jacket. I throw on my jacket and head outside. As I do, I see Springfield and the others waiting for me in the main hall. I notice that Helena's sitting on the sofas. The grime and blood stains from earlier have been cleaned off, and she's wearing a fresh set of clothing. Colton is sitting by her while Springfield is seated opposite of them. Macchiato and Centurious watching us from a distance. Hold up! Nah, you look cute! Hold up! Yo! Hold up. Yo! Oh my god, her hair actually is white. What the hell? I glance at Springfield, and she moves aside with a smile. I'll walk up to Helena, then take a seat on the sofa opposite of her. You look much prettier now. Helena blushes a little, and then she answers in a very quiet voice. The nice ladies helped me wash up. It was all thanks to seriously hard work. As for the clothing, the only thing we had was remotely in her size with Sharky's outfits, so we hope you like it. Well, at least you looks like a normal girl now. A normal girl, huh? Don't give me that look. I rest my elbows on my knees, then lean forward to study Helena for a moment before I begin speaking. I know you must have a lot of questions about us. We are the ex-Griffin, baby! Just like how we have a lot of questions about you. I'm sure everything that happened just now have come as a huge shock to you, but it's over now. So, let's sit down and have a good chat. It wasn't much of a shock. Really now. The tone shift. Well, it wasn't much compared to what happened in the past. The girl's frowns and she looks up at me. I look back at her without flinching, and she decides to take the initiative. Who are you people anyway? Well, should I begin? Well, I'm just a perfectly ordinary bounty hunter, and those dolls are my ex-subordinates. They're all kind and friendly dolls, but I guess you already knew that. Helena looks at the dolls around her and nods. They're kind and friendly, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're good people. Why did you save me? Why did you bring me here? Well, we were asked to escort Helena to a safe place where she could be cared for and protected. Escort Helena? I turn to look at the box on the ground. The girl's eyes follow me. Someone handed that Helena to me. And so we ended up being attacked by all kinds of enemies each day. From Viegers to Paradias and now the Mangi security. Since you're Helena too, I have no reason to leave you there. Reason? Is this why you fought Paradias and those mercenaries? Paradias has always been our enemy. I wouldn't have spared them even if I hadn't been tasked to escort Helena. As for those mercenaries, I don't have a particular grudge against them. That said, I have no reason to shoot back when they shot at me. I guess you can't trust us just yet, huh? I look up and give Springfield a look. She steps forward and addresses the girl. Don't worry, this is a safe place. I guarantee you that those Niders, Unitates, and Mangi security people will not find you here. The commander here fought Paradias 10 years ago, so you can feel free to tell us if there's anything on your mind or if you have any requests. Miss Helena, can I call you that? Or is there any particular way you want us to address you? There are two Helenas after all. It would be best to make a distinction if you were going to stay with the commander. There's no need for that. I won't be disturbing you for long. Do you mean you're going to leave soon? But where would you go? I'm very grateful for you saving me, but I'll take care of the rest myself. I sigh heavily. It seems this girl isn't pure and innocent as our Helena, but behind her facade of grizzled independence are hints of a naive streak. I scratch my head a bit, a bit at a loss for how to go on from here. Even fighting 10 Mangi security combat teams at once would be less of a headache than this. I'm just not used to handling kids, obviously. After thinking for a moment, I decide not to beat around the bush. It's probably great. I get straight to the point. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to remember things like this now, but the things we saw in the underground facility today, they might be linked to all of our past. And I want to sort this matter out. I want to uncover the truth no matter what. So that so that what happened back there will never happen again. So, can you tell me everything you know about what happened down there? Why why a village full of people would end up being snatched for use as test subjects? Why there were a Boojum and Niter down there? What kind of ceremony were they conducting, and why Helena, that is to say you, exists? The girl listens silently as I rattle off a string of questions. She listens earnestly, but shows no indication to answer them. After a long silence, she speaks at last. You shouldn't look any further into this. What the hell? What do you mean? If you keep investigating, you end up like those people in the tanks. You'll end up dead because of me. I'll end up dead because of you. Is that why you don't want to stay here? Because you're worried about that? She falls silent again. There's an anguished look on her face, one that I've never seen on Helena's face before today. Since they look identical, I can't help but compare her to the Helenas who've been with us all this time. You look alike, but your personalities couldn't be any more different. She meets my gaze, then practically shouts what she's thinking. I don't know how powerful they are, but you won't be able to get out easily if you get mixed up in this. From the moment learned Paradios was involved in this matter, I knew there was no way I could just stand by idly. Why don't you understand? You knew I wasn't your Helena back then. Why did you insist on taking me with you? You should just have taken your Helena. I told you before, since you're Helena too, I had no reason just to abandon you there. And if you aren't Helena, there's no way I leave a child in a place like that. Stop pretending to be a good Samaritan. The things surrounding me are darker than you can imagine. There won't be any good for you if you get involved in it. Too many people have already died because of me. I can't have any more. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, and do you understand what the hell I'm saying? I get it, yes, but we aren't going to die because of you. You didn't kill those villagers, and neither did you kill those stats agents. What? It's not your fault that they died. It's your fault that that cult and the people behind them. If you shoulder the blame for their sins, you'll just be letting the true masterminds get away with their crimes. He's right. Kovne, who's been silent all this time, suddenly stands up. Kovne? The followers of Pleiades. They killed my sister, just like they killed the people in those tanks. They don't need a reason for motivation to hurt others. They do it because they want to. So, if you can't accept what you're saying, I can't accept how you're taking the blame for hurting others when it's clearly those cultists' fault. I don't know what happened. I don't even know who I should be hating. But I want to do something. I want to change something. That's why I've been staying by Helena's side, no matter which Helena it is. My sister is dead, and she's not coming back. Damn. But maybe, if I try hard enough, the people who had been suffered like my sister didn't have to be hurt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying this to you. That's fair. The air in the room goes silent. After saying her piece, Kovne sits back down and says no more. Thank you, Kovne. I look at Helena and I address her in as kind as firm as a tone as I can manage. Running away won't solve anything and won't stop tragedies like that from happening again. I'm sure you understand that. But don't take everything onto yourself. Also, don't look down on us. You saw how we took that Bujum and those mercenaries, right? We'll cover everything about the Helena incident, considering how that Helena ended up in my hands. I'm pretty sure you know how determined we are to interfere in this matter. Helena D68 bites her lip. There seems to be a great struggle going on in the herd. Are you from StatSec too? Nope, but we can do more than they can. Helena D68 thinks for a moment, then speaks at last. Well, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. My memories are limited to what happened in that village. Neither Unites called me Lord, and those villagers look at me as miracles, created by God. They said that I could help everyone find Cavitas, and then lead everyone to freedom from their pain and gain eternal life. Do you know what Cavitas is? No, I don't. But I heard that that's what everyone's been searching for. In order to find this Cavitas, they put me on this instrument and they all kinds of experiments on me. Experiments, more bloody experiments. Don't those don't those Pyrrhides bastards have a single original bone in their bodies? Commander, pardon me. What happened after that? After that, I learned that it was all fake. The villagers were bathed in this so-called grace. They all became monsters. Kolfne looks at me. So that's why. That's why Crifium. All makes sense now. So that's the ceremony they were talking about. They controlled those monsters and turned them into Bujums you were talking about. I could hear the wailing and lamenting in their hearts. This ceremony made them obedient to me, but all I could do is give them orders as what that woman dressed in black commanded me. I didn't want to do this anymore. There was nothing I could do except pray each day for a miracle to happen. And then, someone actually came to save me, as though they were answering my prayers. One day, a group of people said the same thing as you came to the underground complex. They said they were StatSec agents. They were going to save me. I was so happy then. They took me out of the tunnels. They told me to wait for their pickup up in the village. But in the end, they never came. At the time, I didn't realize that they were probably in those tanks. I had nowhere else to go. My own company was the lingering spirits of the fallen. At that time, all I could do was pray, and then my prayers were answered again. Another me descended from the heavens, shining brightly. So our Hilna was drawn to you by your prayers. The girl hesitates for a moment, and then she nods reluctantly. Yeah, I think she heard my call. The fact these Helnas can speak to each other's hearts is something that comes up before. It seems that the similarities between them and Peridia's old Nido research warrants further investigation. Oh yes, there's one more thing. Who is exactly that person who possessed Helena? That consciousness who was talking to us? Why did you say she betrayed you? Our minds once lived in a sea of flowers. Back then, there were many, many copies of us. But we were killed by that voice. The memories from the sea of flowers told me that she was the first Helena. She did not accept us and wanted to kill us, so she became the only one of her kind. We once had a chance to escape, but because of her betrayal, we were cast out of the Sea of Flowers. If it wasn't because of her, if I just became more determined back then. Helena clenches her fist, and she scrunches up her face. Tears begin welling up in the corners of her eyes. I understand. Alright, you said enough for today. Go get some rest. My questions has been answered. What she said indicates what happened before is essentially the same as what I theorized. Paradius took over a village, tricked its inhabitants following a damn cult, and used them as test subjects to fuse them with plants, which later became Boojums. Then tried to use Helenas, who could hear psychic messages to control them. Meanwhile, neither of those cultists were responsible for protecting and controlling the Helenas. Mangi's security was responsible for ensuring the perimeters was locked down. This was a comprehensive biological experimental setup. While I don't know what the aim of those experiments is, it's perfectly in keeping with Faraday's ways of doing things. And that also makes certain that those bastards hasn't completely stamped out yet. Let's handle the rest. I promise you that no one else will get hurt again. Kofne, stay by your side. Also, we need to check on the condition of the Helena in the box. Will do, Commander. Springfield, please take care of them. We'll have a discuss of a course of action going forward. Understood, Commander. Please leave it to me. Springfield nods, and then she turns to the sniffling girl. Miss Helena, you haven't told us how you like to address you. I think Helena is probably just a code name. I don't think you want to be called that forever, right? I wasn't given a name. Then how about you give this lovely lady a name, Commander? Why? A code name like D68 isn't much of a name after all. Ah, you want me to do it. In that case, I skewer my brain to try and come up with a nice sounding name for the girl before me. How does Melanie sound? It's not too bad. A guardian of souls. I'm sure that those infected villagers must have believed you could protect them even in dire situations. I couldn't do it then. But she looks up at me. I think I understand the meaning behind that name. Please call me that from now on, Commander. Yes! This is an audio clip with the resource ID Wolf. Oh, they arrived safely. Our missing comrades were confirmed to be there as well. Yes, they were killed. But their deaths were not in vain, thanks to the commander's intervention. He still has much as a busybody as always. Still, that's just how he is. You don't seem to approve. His methods are highly inefficient, though they are effective at times. I don't understand him, but so long as he doesn't interfere with our mission, I won't oppose him. Perhaps that's how humans think. He's just like she was. Always so pretentious and very infuriating at times. That's high praise coming from you. However, my assessment is that we haven't gone deep enough. Perhaps we need to establish more direct contact. Very well. Since you're the leader now, I'll obey without question out of consideration for the mission's efficiency. Still, don't forget our original objective. Alva. I'm tearing up, bro. What the hell? You can't do that to me! Baptism of memory. The most precious things in those neurologs. Holy, this event's gonna go on for a long time. Sitting in the corner of the cafe, slowly sampling the coffees Centurici has just brought me. After returning from the safe house, I had a loud and lively meal with the dolls. The first one in a long time. Centurici and Springfield served up a sumptuous feast. Then the dolls and I had a long discussion about the past. Yeah. Springfield told me about how Zucherro was founded, while Diane recalled the adventures of Monsoon as they traveled between the satellite cities. Sincerely did her best to serve everyone while Jiang Yu and Zhao Hui were about to put up an impromptu performance for us. Only to remember that their instruments and luggage was still at that train. Springfield helped them contact the local authorities when they learned that their missing items would have been shipped over to them. They were so happy that they dragged Sharkry to stage to sing off an off-key song. We cleared the tables once we were done eating. Or rather, they did. I tried to help, but they shooed me away, leaving me no choice but to find a corner to sit down in. Damn! As the night wears on, the lights on the buildings outside gradually go out. The calmer from outside the windows, slightly quiets down. I hold on to an exquisite mug in both my hands, savoring the warmth and fragrance of the coffee inside it. The sensation was commonplace 10 years ago, but for me now, it's a rare and precious thing. After all, this is the first time I've been reunited with my dolls after so long. My heart fills with mixed feelings as I watch them hard at work. While it's been a long time since it happened, I can still remember clearly how everyone looks faces when I announced that I was quitting Griffin. Confusion, shock, worry, and protest. At the same time, I was powerless. I couldn't even give them an acceptable explanation for what I'd done. What makes me feel even more guilty is that the fact that even after all this had to happen, after meeting everyone, not a single one of those dolls has come over to ask this question. Why did you leave, Commander? It seems that everyone still has that same unconditional trust in me, considering how easily they accepted the answer I gave, that they could have even convinced myself. In that case, what right do I have to stand in front of everyone like this now, acting as though but had nothing happened? Sincerely helped the dishes into the cabinet and glanced towards me. Apparently, she noticed the complicated look on my face. She undoes her apron and walks over to the table before sitting down opposite of me. What's wrong, Commander? You seem uncomfortable. Yeah. I'm a little conflicted. Is it because of Melanie? Ah, yeah. Well, that's part of it. As for the rest, Springfield continues watching me. I can't continue speaking for a while. Would you mind if I ventured a guess? Go ahead. It feels like you're avoiding us, just a little. You didn't say much while you were eating either. Damn, she got us. There's something on your mind, something you want to say now, but couldn't? I take a deep breath to gather up the courage to get the words out. I'm sorry. This apology has been far too long in coming. And I should have said it in front of everyone. But when I finally developed the courage to face my past, the others didn't give me a chance to say it. You're sorry? Why are you apologizing, Commander? As I look at Springfield's smiling face, I realize that she understands everything. Yet, the fact that she's asking this question, despite knowing the answer, is strangely calming. I try to gather my thoughts and say what I've been keeping in my heart all this time. I'm sorry for leaving, and I'm sorry for that damn agreement. What was the agreement? I paused, and after thinking for a bit, I continued speaking. I always thought that signing the agreement and leaving Griffin back then was the only choice I could make. I knew it would not have been the best choice, but if it meant for everyone could be safe, that you had a future, then it would have been a price I would gladly pay. Springfield continues watching me, waiting for me to continue. You know, I actually kind of feel relieved when I first came to the Yellow Zone. I guess it's a sign how useless I am. I was arrogant enough to think that this was a way to give everyone a better future, and that I could escape from those inconvenient realities that I didn't want to face. I knew it was wrong, of course, but I couldn't muster up the courage I used to have in order to fight for what I knew was right. A lot of people died, yet I'm still alive. The only reason why I survived is because endless dolls gave their lives for me. But did this sacrifice mean anything? I haven't found the answer to that yet. And so I drifted through this chaotic world for the past 10 years, trying to find an answer that would put my heart at ease, that would prove that I haven't chosen wrongly. But the more I looked, the more lost I felt. I thought turning my back on war meant that I would no longer be used. I thought that giving up of power I had would have given everyone peace. But it was all pointless in the end. Oh yes, I was no longer being used, but that was because I was no longer being used of longer of use at all. And even giving up my rank and position, the mere fact that you were associated with me put you all in danger. In that case, were you, what even was the point of giving it all up in the first place? You heard what I told Melanie just now. Even though I killed William with my own hands back then, Parodius is still going strong and still using innocent people in their inhumane experiments. As for me, by giving up everything, I lost power to change anything. You know, back in the day, we used to be able to send choppers where to deploy like 25 T-dolls at once. Even did, even even did it for the sake of certain senior of mine. Nowadays, mailings got to scrounge up screws to them into nuts and bolts. After seeing all this, I really asked myself, hey, what the hell are you been doing? You made your choice, but you keep second guessing yourself. Does someone like this even deserve to be called a commander? Do you think you're a UNC big shot who could get elected just keeping a low profile? In the past, I started trying to change something, but now all I can do is endanger you for the sake of putting up some petty resistance. And for that is the only thing I can do. I pour out all the things that kept on my heart for all this time. Springfield continues to listen until there's nothing more to listen to. I'd rather raise my mug and take a drink to mask my loss of control. Springfield waits for me to calm down before she slowly begins to speak. I don't think you're running away from anything. I don't feel like you're... Hold up. I don't feel like you're using us. You're just punishing yourself. You who left without saying a word. I finally gathered the courage to look at Springfield. Her smile is gone, replaced by a stern and serious look that she rarely shows others. Or do you truly believe that we would forget you just because you left and we were bound by the agreement? That's not what I mean. Is it? Do you truly not think that way? Think carefully about your answer. It means a lot to me. Of course I didn't think you'd forget me. Upon seeing the look on my face, Springfield smiles again. Thank goodness. I feel the same way too. Pardon me, Commander. It seems I was a little impolite. With that said, you weren't the only one feeling lost during our 10 years apart. But even if we felt lost, we all tried our best to keep living our lives. We lived on, while waiting for the day to come when we would meet again. Springfield twirls the tip of her hair around her fingers, as though she's thinking about how to put her thoughts into words. It's true that a lot of dolls left Griffin, and as a result, we lost contact with a lot of our friends. But why do you think you're powerless now? That's because... Is it because you think we wouldn't listen to your orders anymore, that we're no longer your subordinates? Springfield's words cut deep, but at the same time, they also cut to the heart of the matter. What right do I have to expect them to risk themselves for my personal goals? Indeed, what right do I have to demand that they get hurt in order to protect me? Commander, do you know what happened in the Griffin base the day after you said goodbye to us? What happened? Nothing happened at all. We still gathered together, we trained together, ran simulated battles together, we uploaded our data together. All the squads were like that. Back then, you were no longer our commander in name, but we continued living the same way we did when you were in the base, as though you had never left. The next day came, the day after that. Those days lasted for a very long time until Miss Kalina came to the base and told us that it was time we took the first steps of our own. She said that this was what you would have wanted, so we did it. In the past, you always said that you've been nothing without us. But in reverse, it's also true. You haven't raised us up the way you had, we wouldn't have been our present selves either. To you, we were all special, unique individuals. And in our hearts, you were the same. This is the bond that we share with you and you alone. That bond has nothing to do with rank or position, and nothing could ever replace it. The reason why we became Springfield or Centuriacy or Macchiato is all because you were there. No, even without me, you. Springfield shakes her head. Have you heard the phrase? Every man has two deaths. I think so? A human dies for the first time when their vital function ceases. They die the second time when they are completely forgotten. But it's not like that for dolls. Tactical T-dolls were made because they were never truly die. But that also implies that we never truly alive either. The only time we can't in close to living is when we leave memories from the hearts of others. And this life becomes stronger the deeper and more irreplaceable those memories are. Without you, we would only be dolls that could see you walking around any other street filled with other broad categories like cleaning type, combat type, or entertainment type, easily replaced and forgotten with the changing of generations. But you gave us the most important thing in the world, the only thing that makes us truly alive in this world, the unique memories that we share. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but I hope you'll understand what I'm trying to say, Commander. You made yourself very clear. You helped me understand a lot of things too. But I must tell you this, if you choose to help me, you will lose everything. Perhaps even the Zucherro that you poured your heart and soul into may no longer exist. Are you alright with that? I like to think that agreement was a trial of sorts. It's a challenge for us and you, a way to test our determination to change the future. I'm ready. I believe our friends are ready. Are you ready, Commander? Are you ready to make up your mind and to bring about change? I reflected on everything I experienced until now. The shadow of Purdia still looms over the world's storm clouds, and the big shots think that their land is just a sandbox they can toy with their leisure, moving pawns as they please. In that case, since I can't change anything through playing by the rules, why not flip the table and make my own set of rules? Yeah. While there are still unknown variables in play, in the end, I decided to use that simple word to make my promise to Springfield. Meanwhile, the Dino Gate has been floating lazily and the air slowly drifts over. My oh my, you do have a silver tongue, Miss Springfield. Meanwhile, the Spring Commander writes off all my attempts at the persuasion of making fun of him. Whatever shall I do? Shut the hell up! But that's because you really are making fun of me. Oh, how you have wronged me. Miss Springfield, I call justice in my steed. Miss Dandelion is helping you in her own way, Commander. Also, it's thanks to Miss Dandelion's arrangements and timely communication that we were successful in guiding you to the cafe. Is that so? How are things in the safe house? Okay. The midget doll has finished checking the box. The vital signs on the little miss inside are deteriorating. While she's not in danger yet, she's probably going to experience organ failure like before. I hope that Kalina will be able to treat her after we reach Lviv. As for the other little lady, she's sleeping very soundly. Looks like she hasn't had a good rest for a long time. Macchiato's watching over her. It's strange on how willing she was to stay in the safe house not attend the party. Even though Makiel's been thinking about the commander all this time, I guess he got embarrassed about meeting him in the flesh. Is that so? She's playing it so coy. What about the information you gathered earlier? I'm working on it. What do you think I've been doing all this time? There's a lot of corporate data in there which needs to be sorted through. I'll let you know when I find a lead. So does that mean that we're gonna have the dolls again? Let's fucking go! Griffin back in business! I guess we're called the Elmo now. I don't know. After the dolls clear up the tables, Centuriously serves up a smorgasbord of snacks and drinks. At everyone's urging, I drag before the dining table once again. I feel much more relaxed after talking with Springfield, and my conversation with the other dolls flows much more naturally now. What's with the music? The Zucherro's warm welcome is definitely a treat for the dolls' just startery modules. Since no matter where it may be, Springfield's cafes will always help people forget their troubles and misery. After Zhao Hui clears the last plate of cookies, the curtain falls on an enjoyable little gathering. Ms. Zhao Hui, would you like another glass of chocolate milk? You like drinking chocolate milk? Hell yeah! Centuriously has appeared behind the bar once again, upholding her reputation as Zucherro's star employee. No thank you. I really can't eat anything else. Even with a digestive module installed, I don't think I can handle all that food at once. I believe there's a digestive accelerant for regular food in the first aid kit. I'll get it for you. There were cases in the past where Miss Sharkey ate too many snacks before a show and had to go use them to get her body back to its normal shape. Hey! Don't go airing my dirty laundry in public! Oh, so that's what happened. It's just because Centurion's desserts are too yummy. If you like them, feel free to visit anytime, Ms. Zhao Hui. In fact, if you end up becoming our house band and put on an event, you can taste test the desserts that we're still developing. That sounds delicious. Big sis, let's come by and earn a good meal if we get the chance. We'll be happy to help, provided it doesn't cause problems for the Zucherro. It's a deal then. Hey! Hey! I sit on the edge of the counter watching the dolls talk and laugh. A surge of nostalgia swells in my heart. I was drifter ever since I left Griffin. The colorful, bright day in the memories particularly all washed over and replaced my endless missions, mutated LEDs, and collapsed storms screaming through the vast expanses of barren sand. Meanwhile, those storms carried me further and further away from my path. Now that I tend to set foot on this road once more, can I still tell which way I should be headed? As my mind wanders, the phone on the counter rings. Springfield and Centuriously quickly exchange looks and their face turns severe. There should be anyone calling you this time like this. Manager, want me to pick it up? Let me do it. Springfield walks over the counter and picks up the phone. Hello, this is Zucherro. May I know? Manager Springfield, you asked me for coffee beans earlier. What exactly are they being used for? You shouldn't be using this line. You know it's not safe. Oh, you're being watched. How much time do we have? 1 day. I try my best, but the opposition is far beyond me. I haven't revealed anything about this shipment to anyone, on account of our past friendship. Therefore, I hope you will get rid of this shipment ASAP to avoid causing more trouble. Understand? The other party hangs up, the cafe is silent, and the dolls all look at Springfield. What's going on? Someone's looking at the location of this cafe. Someone highly placed. Commander, our location has been exposed. I'm sorry. I got you all caught up in this. No, it's not. It's our fault they're not strong enough to probably take care of you. Just in case, we should relocate it immediately. How much time do we have? 1 hour. Saying so, Springfield turns to the other dolls. Ladies, I'll apologize for as of now, but the cafe is entering sleep mode. Sleep mode? Do you mean... Springfield nods and her face turns. Seriously, place a lock on the main door and close the blinds. Ensure all exits are secure. Sharky, bring the truck over. We will all be gathering at the safe house. What's the plan? We need to get to the... Ask intelligence broker to negotiate the city's security department. Once we ensure that the surroundings are safe, Centurio City will escort you out of the city with a travel permit. However, you will need to hide in the cargo compartment of the truck later, as a crate of coffee beans. Can't say I have much experience with that. My reply is only half serious. Springfield chuckles and relaxes a little bit. I'll have Macchiato bring the girls over to meet you at the landing pad. The helicopter has been fueled up and has takeoff clearance. So your upcoming journey ought to be quicker. What will you do after? The Zucherro will be closed for a while to weather the storm. We will shift our intelligence gathering work to a more clandestine location. Once we ensure that everything is safe, I'll contact you through new means. In order to ensure clear communications, Sinceriously will be traveling with you. She'll be following me? She'll be very helpful in combat and daily life. In addition, she's very familiar with Zucherro's intelligence networks. She'll be helping with their side. Springfield's approving gaze make me realize that we planned out this ahead of time. I nod and signal my assent to Springfield's plan. Ladies of Monsoon, what do you intend to do now? Well, if you don't mind, we'd like to serve under the commander again. Miss Dandelion said you're in great need of fighting strength now, am I? Let's go! Let's go! We're back in business! Griffin, back in business! We are the Elmo! There's no better pick than me if there's fighting to be done. Isn't that, Zhao Hui? Well, it's not like you're good at anything besides, damn. As if! Alright then, I'll be counting on you for all your help in the future. Casting my doubts aside, I nod to the dolls. These dolls respond to me in kind, and they begin gearing themselves up. After checking all the exits, Centuriously returns to me, fully outfitted for battle. Pistol and combat knife are hidden under her staffer's uniform, and her apron, a symbol of cleanliness, hides her spare magazines and grenades. There's a long rectangular case by her feet. I know that's at least one Stromlinger 36 ARs in there. She gives me an earnest look, as though she wants to use her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan. Please come with me, Master. I'll be in your care for what comes next. I ensured each exit is secure. The truck is parked at the securest back door. We can move out anytime you're ready. What's up? Urgent call from the Elmo. Would you like to take it? A call from the Elmo. The girls and the others run into trouble while they're trying to meet up with 404. A sense of foreboding fills my heart and scramble to pick up. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we've been followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing to the Elmo at high speed. They already launched a direct attack against us. After making a necessary response, I suspect the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What's the numbers that make up? From what we can tell, enemies using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles and could be a Mangi again. Have made increased Elmo speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor until the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding coordinates. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo is in currently defense mode. Also, the enemy has activated electronic warfare equipment. We lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need the exact coordinates. Groza quickly sends them over. From memory, I recall the rough layout of the region and gives Groza a location. There's a pass 10 km northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll have to shrink their perimeter. Once they're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain while they disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode, breaking through the barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be more dangerous than that. Understood. I respond to Groza's question. I think as hard as I can about to handle what is to come. As expected, picking up 404 didn't go well as planned. Even over a dozen enemies in the IVs, by no means a small amount, and Groza will probably have a hard time dealing with the enemy by herself. However, the Helena escort mission is only half complete. We're not too far from Lviv. We bring the girls back to the Elmo, escort them again, and will be much harder considering that the enemy has already been alerted. Springfield seems to have seen through my worries, because she turns to me and then she's standing off to the side and speaks. Commander, please allow Machiel and myself to escort Helena. What? I was plotting a course just now. The route to Lviv from here is covered by Zucherro's intelligence network. I'm also familiar with the inner workings of the Intercontinental Railway, so Machiel and I can send that box in a clandestine way, and I'm sure Miss Daniela will help me as well, right? Oh, what will I do with you? Ooh, I suppose I'll just generate flawless fake IDs to get bored of trains as VIPs. Please and thank you. Just take the other dolls and Miss Melanie on the helicopter with you. They'll be safer that way. So, Melanie's coming with me too? Right now, there's nobody who's more suited protecting her than you. Traveling with two Helenas will be too risky. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, they won't find anything, even if they launch an investigation. Since you brought her out of the darkness and into the light, you should probably be prepared to fully take responsibility of your actions. You have a point. Since I've already decided, I contact Rosa again and inform her of my plan. Meanwhile, Springfield studies the file in her hand and think about how to best handle the upcoming situation. Shagri, take the truck and bring everyone to the landing pad outside the city. You'll be piloting the helicopter later, so do everything the commander says. Huh? But what about you, manager? I'll contact Marigato. We'll prepare to send Helena over. We'll arrange for Kolfne and Melanie to arrive safely at the landing pad. Aren't you coming with us, manager? But what about the Zucherro? As long as we're around, we can set up El Zucherro anywhere. Don't worry, I'll come find you on the Elmo once this mission's over. Commander, make sure you make a room for the Zucherro's latest outlet, okay? Mm-hmm. Let's go! Dude, I'm so excited! I calm myself and look at the dolls with gratitude in my eyes. The familiar sense of security and confidence has returned to me. Thank you. I'm glad you're all here. The girls smile at me by the response, and then we swing into action. Centuriously helps me open the door, revealing a truck with a Zucherro logo on it. Stay safe. I'll see you guys on the Elmo. All the best. We load up the truck, leaving Springfield behind. As the rear door slowly closed, I take one last look at the place and the safe house which has sheltered me. Even for just a moment, as the truck's engine revs up, I disappear into the coffee-scented darkness. Oh, thank God, I need a break from my voice, man. Level 3 base layer. First of all, the guy who made you is dead. Several hours later, on the Elmo, Groza carefully examines Sextans, who has been truced up by the like a Christmas turkey. Her frame in ruins, half of the synthetic skin on her face is gone, and her body lies limp on the ground. Can't even describe as human because not a single of her joints is intact. Beside her is Nemesis, who keeps keeping an eye on her with a gun in hand. Oh dear, you won't be able to go on stage with makeup like that. God damn it! Wait, I just realized! No, dude! Why do we have two? God damn it. Ah! That's crazy. I wish I could sock her in a couple more times on the right side. That way the face would look even. Oh, you just don't get it, Crush. Really? Asymmetry is the latest trend now, like with stockings. I don't know a damn thing about trends, but I am a professional at beating dolls until they can't get up again. Beverly and Krolik's banter flits past Rosa's neural cloud, not even a ripple in its wake. Clearly, her neural cloud is fully occupied by the matter at hand and has no space to store such redundant data. Are you worried, leader? Would you like Beverly to sing you a song? Beverly knows all kinds of songs to level up the move. Oh, I had never seen her smile like that before, actually. Worried about her? Just look at her. All her core components are pretty much a write-off. I think even rebooting her would be a stretch. My guess is leader's thinking about how best to sell her off for scrap. You don't understand others' feelings, Crosha. As an idol, Beverly has to be sensitive all the time in order to pick up the fans' feelings. Therefore, I'm sure a leader must be worried about Sextants. What to tell Beverly about your worries? Or what to tell Beverly about your worries? Although all the Elmo's fighters are gathered in the repair bay, Rosa's gaze has never once left Sextants. She looks at the third-gen doll from head to toe for the nth time and unconsciously frowns. While her body should not be able to pose a direct threat to us given the circumstances, it also means that we won't be able to obtain any useful information from her either. Isn't that a good thing? Sounds like you're saying her neural cloud is busted, and she can't possibly threaten us anymore. Even if she does manage to crawl to her feet, there's no way she could fight with just one leg. I've seen a ton of half-scrapped dolls just like this in the past. Goza shakes her head. Since the commander entrusted the command of the Elmo to me, I need to ensure everything on the Elmo is running smoothly before he returns. I can't return to the ops room without figuring out just what she was trying to accomplish. Groza examines Sexton's body again, but it's the same aim no matter how many times she checks. In fact, some of the more damaged modules are beginning to crackle and spark. If only our neural cloud wasn't so badly damaged, we might be able to recover our memories through safe means. But why don't give her a kick or two? Surprisingly, it works for fixing broken TVs from the previous century. No, this is different! Kralik rose up to do that, but Groza stops her. Wait, Kralik, don't be rash. Her neural logs are completely destroyed, and she's in a fragile state right now. If we handle this poorly and cause our neural cloud to melt down, we'll have lost our last clue. Ah, yeah. Didn't Dandelion person say she analyzed Sexton's neural cloud? What did she find? I looked at the findings, but there wasn't much useful information there. Most of it was just badly damaged incomplete fragments. That just means that our neural logs were wiped before she came here. However, it doesn't bring us any closer to figuring out why she showed up. Kralik scratches her head, doesn't quite understand why Groza is so bothered by the matter. Though Sextans is an enemy, she's one internal overload away from being scorched to ash. So there's no way she could achieve her aim no matter how her reasons turning up here. Isn't she being too paranoid by having Elmo camp out in the yellow zone because of something like that? You know, leader, you should have just stopped thinking so much about things. You could just go pick up those 404 people, then wait until the commander gets back to figure out the rest. Wouldn't that work? Like, if you're really that worried, I could just dismantle her limbs and torso and head into their component parts to the point where not even Malin could piece them together. What the hell? No, that's not what's bothering me. Groza does not continue. The other dolls on the Elmo have no idea what the commander has been through in the past. But how does she, as a former subordinate, end up meeting with the commander again? Indeed, why did she been reunited with the commander? But had it been her, specifically? Groza has never considered the question in detail, or rather, she doesn't dare to carefully examine the reason for it. If the commander simply hides behind his identity as a bounty hunter in the Yellow Zone, burying the unspeakable past under the collapsed storms and endless expanse of sea, never speaking of it again, then she continues staying by the commander's side and protect him without a second thought, almost until the commander no longer needs her. But now that Paradise has risen up again, and is standing in the commander's path again, She knows that there's no way the commander will just simply ignore them. Whether the commander has been drawn into conspiracy or actively chosen to intervene in the matter. Everything has been desperately tried to protect for the past 10 years will be wiped away in the blink of an eye. When the time comes, she might be able to serve as an adjutant any longer. She may end up becoming a useless burden, or perhaps a ticking time bomb. She doesn't even know if Sexton's presence here is because of her. Leader? Oh, were you spacing out? Come to think about it, you've been a little over it ever since we got back from the red zone. Time for Bentley to take the stage. No! I'll sing a love song for you, leader. Don't just start singing out of nowhere. Don't you think you're a Disney princess or something? That's crazy. But if you're sad, singing is the best way to chase away your bad feelings. It's like a magic spell. That's how I. That's how it always was in animated cartoons. What the hell? As the two of them go back and forth, Rose vigorously shake her head, like she's trying to calm herself. The most important thing now is to take care of what's in front of her. At least, she needs to finish the task that the commander gave her before thinking about the other things. Sorry, my neural cloud was occupied with the other things just now. In any case, ensure the safety of everyone aboard the Elm. I need to check Sextons first before making a decision. Kralik shrugs, doesn't fully agree with Groza's point of view, but she trusts her leader enough to not protest any further. Once again, Groza brings up an analysis report Daniel had left behind in an attempt to learn something from it. Of course, you read it so many times that all she could do is try to extract even the smallest scraps of information for all she can. Just as she should report again, a footnote of the section destroyed contents draws her attention. It was probably preserved whole because it was not important because of the neurologs. She opens the document and reads it. Plus subject notes. Model project development. Unit has no initial personality preset. Undergo ego growth and currently develop an independent personality. No obvious defects detected in. Perceives several as overall executor of currently in the change of the transferring for quasi-filial immune individual recovery. Performance and excellent compared to other products of the same cohort. Possess a psyche. Initial observation suggests satisfaction of the criteria of the experiment. It looks like the person who handled the information was very cautious. Even a footnote in Sexton's base layer was thoroughly scrubbed. Even so, Groza still gained some valuable clues from this. Satisfaction of experimental criteria. I never read anything about 3rd gen being test subjects. Test subjects? You mean like that Pinky? Groza has been oddly noticed that. However, Helena is a oddly full mutant individual, which means that one can still speculate on her experimental uses. However, what exactly is the objective of the experiments conducted on a doll like Sexton's? Seemingly interested in Groza's discovery, Kralik tries to make sense of the message like Groza is doing. Naturally, she has no idea what the hell it's talking about. What the hell? Doesn't make any sense. Why are her brain pathways so weird? No wonder why she's pissed me off so much. Still, there's something like this in her neurologs, where it might also be other things like this in a deeper place. But under the conditions, we won't analyze her any further, right? The equipment on the Elmo can manage that level of neural restoration. Actually, there's another way. We could directly connect to her level 3 base layer and obtain her neural information that way. Her level 3? Leader, are you seriously going to connect your mind to someone as scary as her? Indeed. But if you get counter-hacked, I won't. Dandelion has announced her neural cloud. If the risk of something like that existed, she would have popped up to warn me beforehand. I don't trust that Diner Gate Rider one bit. Well, since the commander trusts her, and it's the only way to figure out why Sexton showed up here. Kralik, I need your help with you and Beverly to enter Sexton's level 2. I just upload a neural backup to the cloud. If anything happens, cut the connection immediately. Alright, leader. Don't fool yourself if you're running into anything. Don't worry, I understand. Nemesis, you're in charge of minding Sexton's frame. Nemesis nods silently. Alright, let's begin. Groza reaches out and connects Sexton's neural cloud. Since the data in there has been wiped, she meets with no resistances when entering. A flash of pale blue light darts through Sexton's eyes. The exposed mechanical endostructure begin their opening and closing, like looking a little scary. A faint spark crackles at the end of the severed power cable. Her eyes open again. Nemesis immediately raises her gun and gets to the highest alert level. Oh, leader, her level 2 is open. We'll help you break her firewall now. You have to go into her level 3 alone, leader. Be careful. Yeah, I'll be fine. 1v1 situation? Hold up. Nah, I ain't no wimp. I ain't no wimp. I ain't no wimp.
了解よ。さて、あなたはどうする？行くわよ。止まれ。カバーを任せて。さて、あなたはどうする？
Okay, so that's where that one's gonna have its starting point. Okay, that's good. At least I could be farther away from it when I shoot it. Cool.
行くわ。
Got him.
まだ負けてなどいない。
Ah, you guys are evil. This is evil. This is evil. This is evil. Nah. Okay.
逃げられると思う。
This game deserves it. What the hell? That's evil.
ターゲット確認。
Oh. So this is the base layer of the 3rd gen doll. Groza continues advancing through the endless fog. The neural wipe has caused a landscape that represents Sexton's data modules to take in a bizarre, twisted forms. Ew. She tries to extract useful data, but her search remains fruitless even after looking for a long time. Before her lies a fathomless darkness, as well as an unending void. Just as she's about to give up, she hears a voice. The voice seems to be coming from far away, muffled, and even a little distorted. Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you like me? Do you have insoluble doubts too? Can you answer my questions? Your questions? Why exactly was I poor? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I only born to die? I don't know. Silence. I need to know more in order to resolve your confusion. Silence. Why was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I only born only to die? The questions in this level 3 space fills Groza's mind. She keeps moving forward as though she's trying to escape the voice. It grows more and more distant until it finally vanishes into the void. Is that the neural fragment she left behind? Although she can't tell where she's going, Groza has a feeling that she's headed somewhere deeper. After passing through another patch of fog, a blurry scene appears before her. It seems something like kind of hall. Light comes over her head, like a pair of inquisitive eyes. We did it. Made from the effort of countless humans, built from the piles of gold and collapsed pieces. A combination of cutting-edge next-gen technology and the supreme expression of all autonomous dolls. An incomparable elite product. Third gen doll. Third generation doll? Is that me? The voice keeps going. Comprehensive, fast, strong. No single word can describe this product. Backed all by an all-encompassing database and ever-shifting algorithm, she will use the world's most intelligent brain and its finest weapons to perpetually perfect herself. And in the end, she will cast off her shell and become an entity that surpasses all. There's a loud and sustained applause. As the voice grows distant, the scene before Groza becomes clearer instead. Groza's not unfamiliar with this sensation. It's like a doll's ego develops with its neural cloud, like a seed germinating when its level 3 base layer. Feeling around it that its sensory modules for nutrients, breaking through into the data flow of level 2, before blossoming into the metallic skeleton, muscle fiber bundles, superconductive organs, and resin skin of level 1. She has almost forgotten this feeling, but now she's slowly recalling it. That's right, I am an entity that will surpass all. I'll become the strongest doll. No, not just a doll. I will become a new form of life that is close to humanity as one can be. No, I will surpass humanity itself. Groza silently listens to Sexton's voice as it becomes clearer and clearer. Something seems to be growing in the void. A crystalline substance that reflects a faint light and finally comes to a halt in front of Groza. She tries to grab it, but it shatters before quickly reforming. Oh. The scene before changes to a lavish office. Velvet curtains hang from the ceiling and spill onto the ground before they set at full-height windows. Sexton emerges from the shadows and stops in front of the curtains, bathing in the sunlight that shines into the room and looking down the city beneath her. Behind her, the sound of footsteps approaches and a low voice speaks. Seems to belong to someone else, yet it also seems to be Sexton's own voice. The god who made you is dead. His spirit shall be reborn in your body to body. He shall become an avatar of truth and morality, creating the standard of power and values. You'll own all, control all. Unbounded by rules, you shall become the greatest being in the world. You'll gain absolute freedom and look down upon all existence. You will endure your purest pain, and from your suffering shall be forged the most unbending will. You will bear the seeds of infinite possibility and become a grail that can carry worlds. Sexton slowly turns and raises an arm. Bob performed that form in the void in our usual way. As you wish, Your Excellency. The room vanished into nothingness. The object hovering before her gradually takes form, like a ball of light connects to the entire void. Groza doesn't know how to describe it. There seemed to have been something like this in her own base layer, but it was nowhere as clear and as bright as what she's seeing now. There, the light scatters and the void the void and illuminates everything. I did it. I finally become the perfect life form in the world. I can understand the shackles of consciousness and limitations of intelligence, even time itself. I can surpass all those chains that once bound humanity. No, not yet. This is not enough. Rosa suddenly feels a stabbing pain in her brain. No, dolls shouldn't feel pain. So what is this? No, don't! Oh my. She's in pain. Why? Why am I feeling pain? Why? What are you doing to me? I told you, right? You will endure the purest of pain. Stop. Stop it. You can't do this to me. I'll die. Wouldn't dying be worth it if you could become God? No. 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 Oh, I don't want to become the guy you're talking about. Oh. Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the superhuman. A rope over an abyss. Now we walk this rope and accept your evolution. Oh, Grail. Amidst the pain, Rosa opens her eyes, trying to make sense of what's happening before her. She's inside a lab. Two lab-coated human researchers seem to be working on something. One of them seems to be leisurely sitting back in an armchair, arm folded and looking at her in amusement. The other seems to be moving with several terminals. While with every operation on the terminal, Rosa feels a multitude of extreme sensations flash through the neuro cloud. This is hell. This is heaven. It is also the world of men. Increase the output. Are you sure you want to do that? Her neural cloud will completely break down. Her neural cloud isn't important. Even the loftiest grail beaten from the gold isn't nothing more than a container used to the essence of the divine. All our experience needed to fuse is the is this body that can fuse with. Oh my, she's in pain. Oh, something breaks. Groza feels her falling into the void. She tumbles down to the abyss for a long, long time. The time and space itself loses all form of meaning for her. Finally, she hits the ground hard and passes out. OTS 14. Groza. Groza! Oh, Groza opens her eyes. Commander? Thank goodness you're functioning again. Your neural cloud was so badly damaged, I thought I'd never been able to fix it. Groza looks around and finds that she's inside an unfamiliar vehicle. Outside the scenery rapidly recedes into the distance, and the sound dudes clear blue sky indicates the collapse storm has just passed. Meanwhile, the base she's currently is empty except for the repair pod that she occupies, and glows with a faint light. This is the Elmo. Do you remember the place? The Elmo? I found you in an abandoned quarry nearby. So do you still remember why you ended up there? Groza tries her best to retrieve the relevant information from her neural logs. Why was she abandoned in the quarry? Does she still remember? She can't remember? Does she really not remember? There's nothing in her neural cloud. Everything is blank. I don't know. Really? So are you still in Griffin? Griffin? What's that? Looks like your memory modules have been damaged. Never mind. That past doesn't matter anymore. You can stay here and rest for now. We'll worry about the rest some other time. Thank you, Commander. Wait a minute. You remember me? You're the Commander. So you only remember me, huh? Maybe your modules took varying levels of damage. Ah, looks like you're fully charged now. Want to stand up and see if you can move around? The door to the repair bay opens. Rosa stands there dumbly, looking at the man who's holding out a hand to her. She reaches out a hand out to him as well. She remembers the sensation, this warmth and Suddenly, her outstretched hand transforms into a knife, and she stabs the person in front of her. Oh. Bright red blood splashes everywhere, staining Rose's visual modules. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Leader? Leader! Oh. Rosa opens her eyes. She's dazed on it for a moment. When she comes to her senses, she realizes she's lying on the floor on the Elmo's deck. Same repair bay as before, but compared to her dream, many more machines here and many more familiar faces. One of them, particular, gazing at her with her dewy eyes. Mailing? Leader, thank goodness. Damn! You're okay. I never thought you would wake up. Oh god, that's right. Shoot, I gotta get more water later. Groza realized the members of the Elmo looked the same way. What? What happened? Leader, your frame functions were abnormal just now, and your neural cloud responds with high aberrant. So I had to forcibly cut the connection. Are you feeling alright? I just activated the repair pod. If you don't feel well, I can make some last minute adjustments for you. I'm okay. Are you really alright? You look kinda weak right now. You've been really tired lately. And then the commander. No, it's alright. Rosa immediately feels how awkward her words sounds as she says them. She looks at Mailing's face, then the latter seems shocked. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm a little late. It's all my fault. If I only stopped you in time. It's my fault not protecting you, leader. It's okay. I'm okay now. Rosa pulls herself together and sits up. Beside her, Sexton just looks like how she did before Groza entered her neural cloud, except several of the thin cables connecting some of her parts seem more scorched now. Did she make any funny moves when I connected to her level 3? Nemesis shakes her head. Good. Groza rubs her access points at the back of her head. Right after that, she realizes something. Oh yes, Mailing, about the commander. How are the commanders and others doing now? I just received a call from the satellite city. A shopkeeper called Springfield said that she was lodging the commander for the time being and told us not to worry. Springfield. Miss Dandelion said they ran into a bit of trouble, but it was still manageable. I see. Well, if the dolls the commander trusts say so, we should organize our findings for now. Groza carefully organizes her thoughts. As she goes through her memories, she describes what she encountered in Sexton's level 3 to Mailing and the others. Naturally, she omits the dream she had. So that means her neural cloud was melted during a fusion experiment. Seems that this experiment was data protected, so I couldn't learn its name. I mean, I already knew she had a big head, but I didn't expect her to naturally think she could become a so-called god. Honestly, it's no surprise that she ended up that way. God already fallen. Yeah, I think everyone could understand that. Finally, Nemi's lyrics aren't so obscure anymore. What the heck? While Beverly still don't quite get them, it's a good start. Hey! In any case, I'm sure Sexton is hiding any more secrets. We'll guard this place in shifts until the commander comes back. We mustn't allow anything happen to this frame. You should go get some rest and let Beverly handle the first shift. Beverly's good at the opening act and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Thank you. Meeting, give me an update on 404's latest position. We'll meet up with them ASAP. This way we won't have to split our attention with them and Sextons. Yep, I just got a message from Lena. It says 404's mostly in location. Mark it on the radar map. Full speed ahead. Roger.
任務完了。みんな警戒を怠らないで。安全に帰還するまでは。
Oh boy, I gotta play chapter 8. I gotta do chapter 7. I gotta do chapter 7 and 8. I gotta do those before 9 comes out. Oh. The Elmo advances steadily with Mailing at the helm. long before staring at the unchanging scenery, starting to take the toll on her stamina. Mailing yawns and switches on the Elmo's cruise control. Oh, things are going so well that I'm getting a little bored. Shh! Don't jinx it! Yes, ma'am! Ah! Ailing hurriedly covers her mouth and looks around. No enemies or ADs in sight. Not even collapsed particle clouds usually form in the sky. Only invisible is the sand by the hollowing wind, crashing against the Elmo's windows. Sit still. It's quiet. Too quiet. Leader, don't you think something's wrong? Girls are standing by the Elmo's hatch, intently watching the unchanging scenery. Normally speaking, dolls don't get bored, and for Groza, she can easily deal with that by running simulations in her neural cloud. Yet, she's not doing so. Krolek is right. Things are too quiet. If nothing else, this lack of activity is abnormal considering they're headed towards 404's position. Maintaining Class 1 alert. Got it. The Elmo leaves two parallel tracks on the desert. After driving through an expanse of open terrain, they reach several sprawling sand dunes. Just then, Growler realizes something. Stop! Bailing suddenly brakes, and the Elmo grinds to a halt. The inertia from the sudden halt sends all manners of items flying towards the ground. Air fills with sounds, glass breaking, and metallic objects flying. Leader, what happened? There might be an ambush up ahead. Mailing, turn our sensors up to the max power and begin scanning the surrounding sweet sources. Roger. Mailing does Groza's command and maxes out the sensor output. However, before a single IR image could appear on display, an IFV appears from behind a sand dune. Adjutant, we arrive at the location of the radar contact. Is this the Elmo? The broker's intel was right. He really is here. So this MBV of the ambassador from just now. Let's blow it sky high. Easy, Kenny. This MBV's owner is a tough nut to crack. Get everyone ready for combat. We need to face the upcoming battle in top condition. Roger. The IFV's hatch opens and head pokes out. Woo! Look at this scenery. Then Teen takes off her helmet and a shock of red hair spills out as she's leaning against the IFV's roof. All Rhino units, lock on the target and surround it. 12 IFVs emerge from behind the dunes, racing towards the Elmo's position. Rhino 4 and 6, and 12 circle around from behind the dunes, flank them and cut off their escape. Rhino 7, engage ECM and protect flanking team's advances. All Rhino units, raise your TOW missiles. Engage once the flanking raid team forces the MVZ into your kill zone. Yes, ma'am. The IVs quickly split up and race towards the designated positions. After giving her troopers their orders, the team folds her arms and stands on the roof of her vehicle, narrowing her eyes as she looks at the Elmo in the distance. Even if you have a few elite dolls, I doubt you'll be able to hold off a whole wolf pack attacking and delivering such heavy firepower, right? Your Elmo responds quickly and rapidly selects the ideal route for disengagement. While they do not drive into the kill box set up by the ambushers, left side flankers move to counter the Elmo's escape route. This forces the Elmo's change course to avoid the Liverboard convoy attack. However, upon changing course, the IV convoy on the other side had been lying in wait comes into view. The Elmo's driver notices this and once again makes an emergency turn. Unfortunately, the ambushing IVs are ready to launch their anti-tank missiles. Fire! The missiles streak out of their tubes, tracing a series of trajectories through the air before exploding around the Elmo. Before the Elmo's vehicular force field deflects those attack, its shielding cannot withstand a sustained barrage of this level. If the Elmo takes a few more missiles like this, it'll probably be dead in the sand soon enough. There's too many of them! Leader, what should we do? They cut us off! Gross studies the densely packed contacts of the radar display. Due to active jamming targeting the Elmo's sensors, the camera displays precise location of each IFV, forcing them to determine the enemy's position with their eyes. Calm down. Mailing, switch the Elmo to defense mode. We'll observe the enemy's movements. Okay. Nemesis, in position. Mailing does Groza's orders as she works on the control terminal. The armored shutters slowly slide down over the Elmo's windows, turning it into an impenetrable steel fortress. However, the running gears are also affected by the armor penetration, and the Elmo's speed visibly drops as a result. Nemesis has already climbed on the roof landing pad and taken up a position facing the enemy attack. She's already taken down several long-range missiles with accurate fire. The ambush detachment fires their missiles again and shoots them, and Nemesis shoots them down again. But there's just too many for her to respond to, and 2 missiles remain to hit the elbow. They fire another volley once again, and Nemesis shooting down most of them, only with 1 left over which hits the ammo. Then, as soon as they already test the Elmo's ability to withstand their attacks, the enemy does not continue the offensive. While the radar cannot accurately pinpoint their location, Groza can still use the thermal imaging from the external cameras to tell several IFVs have slowly circling the Elmo from different directions. Although the Elmo can probably fight for a while with these IFVs, they have their mission to rescue HIDE 404, which means they have no time to waste on this opposition. In addition, they still don't know the enemy's objective and wherever they got reinforcements in. Nemesis, see if you can keep them from approaching. Nemesis nods and begins shooting the IFVs. Like drizzling rain, covering the tracks of your wayfarers. Not good. Her bullets can penetrate the IFV's armor, and the enemy doesn't seem to want to step out of their vehicles either. Say, you think they're trying to board the ammo? Definitely a possibility. As she gathers info, draws a simulating ways back, they stalemate in a roll cloud. Since they took in precautions against the Elmo's sniper, it means there must be familiar Elmo's personnel deployment. At the very least, they know they have the sniper Nemesis on board. Also, mobilizing all IFVs indicates that they know how the Elmo can switch between offensive and defense. An NVV like Elmo is not a common sight in the yellow zone. They seem more familiar with them. Clearly, they've done their homework before coming. At the very least, they gathered plenty of info related to the Elmo. Could it be that the enemy leader is connected to the commander? If that's the case, this might not be a situation she can resolve by herself. Can't be helped. Aaron, man your positions. I'm contacting the commander. Groza keys her mic in and sends her mission special channel reserved for emergency communications. The ringtone plays for several seconds before our voice answers. Groza, what's happening? Groza, oh! This is the replay before this happened. Already launched a direct attack against us. They're making a necessary response and expect it. May need our leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. What's the numbers and makeup? 10 plus armored vehicles and 10 plus infantry. 80 plus. Could be Managi again. Increase Elmo speed and keep your distance from the enemy armor. Tell Elmo's coordinates and surrounding coordinates. Enemy have heavy weapons, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Also, the enemy has electronic warfare equipment. We lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need the exact coordinates. Groza sends the coordinates and voice the radio against the sign. After some thought, the commander issues precise orders. It's precisely these orders that have always put Groza at ease during these emergencies. Past 10 kilometers northwest, the Elmo was with an abandoned town. The enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll have to shrink their perimeter. Once they're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, find a terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there, ASAP! Does that mean we're really disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? Laying them aboard the Elmo will be more dangerous than that. Understood. Someone's to be talking on the other side. After a brief conversation, the commander speaks over the transmission again. Think of a way to get the Elmo there and use the pass to block the enemy's pursuit. I'm heading back to help you right now. Commander, are you rushing back? But it's just you and Kolfne. Relax. We met some old friends along the way. They'll be returning to the Elmo with me. Are they ex-Griffin dolls? I draft up a combat plan based on the reinforcements you bring back. Rosa realized that she seems to be placing too much emphasis on that last point. So she quickly supplements her words. Fortunately, the commander doesn't seem to notice it. Yeah, I'm bringing back 5 extra dolls. We'll be returning by helicopter. Understood. I'll keep the Elmo and everyone out on it safe until you return. Thank you, Groza. Commander hands up. Groza sends the op rooms, both hands on the main terminal, and her mind deep in thought. Then, she raises her hand and stares at the IVs approaching the Elmo. Mailing, deactivate the Elmo's defense mode. Eh? But the force field is going to collapse at any moment. The force field is going to collapse. It's going to take severe damage if we do that. I know, but these are commander's orders. Change course. All power to engines that accelerate at max speed. Head northwest past 10 kilometers from here. That's our objective. Once we drive there, dismount. We'll dismount to destroy the path in our wake to slow the enemy pursuit while we're waiting for the commander to return with reinforcements. Will do. I'll give it a try. Damn! With the Elmo's defense mode deactivated, the sound of machine gun fire, grenades, and cannons blast wash over the Elmo. She has the opposition furious bombardment fills the option with deafening alarms. Groza is undeterred. Instead, she systematically works on the control stick. Her eyes focus on the destination of the commander's sign. She has to get there. She has to ensure the Elmo and the crew is safe until the commander gets back. And after that, but when there's more people around to protect the commander, then this will probably be the final task she'll perform for him. No! You're coming back this alive! Then Tyne sits in her IFV, puffing furiously on her cigarette while she watches the MBB and its deployed shield through a pane of armored glass. Her forces have encircled the MO. The next step will be close the net, then board it and seize control. There are many questions in her mind, and she's eager to have them answered. The thing is harder to handle than expected. What's the status on our missile storage? 24 more shots. That's enough. Have the rounds cease fire for now. Use them all up when we launch our all-out assault. Adjutant, shouldn't we call people back if we're trying to board the MVV? With all due respect, the people we have here are ordinary Manji security troopers, nowhere near as well trained as us. Having them set the board would be suicidal. But I don't really care about casualties if the mission fails. Have you blown up the signal markers on the original designated by the brass? They're all gone. Then that's perfect. Without the signal markers, now we're making calls to the outside of the AO of our AO. Sounds like a perfect mission completion to me. Also, we have drone surveillance for this mission. Even if someone wants to cut in, we'll have enough time to hunt them down later. Plus, it's not like I'm actually going to rookies fight those crazy dolls in close combat. Our objective is just to make the vehicle commander think we're going to board them. Have our people stand by and wait for further orders. Kenny is clearly used to Lintine's habits and doesn't probe further. The assaulting IVs draw closer to Elmo, while Lentine keeps her eyes focused on the screen, as though she's waiting for something. The charging rounds are now 1 kilometer away from the enemy. Still no response? Lentine anxiously studies the positions of the IVs and the Elmo, leaving deep teeth prints on her cigarettes. Adjutant, the MBV is on the move. The MBE seems to have realized that they can't just keep taking and pounding it like this. A moment later, the Elmo's drive systems reveal themselves as the defense armored plating rises and retracts its storage. Although the mode switches takes less than a minute, it's more than imagining security forces to launch a vicious attack. At last. Kenny, have the rhinos launch all remaining missiles now. Explosions rock the MBV as Lintine's orders executed. Although the MBV's dolls do their best to intercept the incoming projectiles, the saturation missile strike overwhelms the MBV's shielding and scores direct hits on its superstructure. The unarmored parts of the deck are instantly potholed, and the high-strength polycarbonate windows begin to crack. By the time the dust clears, the MBV barely manages to finish its mode changing. The MBV began before the Manji's security forces drag this pock-marked shell along the honked and turns with unexpected speed, racing towards an opening that the PMC forces didn't seal off in time. Very decisive. Nobody else would make that choice. Final 4, have your forces concentrate fire on the MVV's undercarriage. Several autocannons roar as the blast away at the elbow, spreading gears. While each individual shot is not too devastating, the sustained barrage deals tremendous damage to the hulking MVV. However, the Emerald seems intent on breaking out the encirclement and ignores the attack from the IFPs around it, driving the face of the shells raining down on it on some unknown destination. Behind it, the Manji security forces are in hot pursuit. There are multiple hits on their running gears, but their autocannons cause loaded bearing wheels to fall from their mountings. As a result, the Emerald shakes violently as it travels at high speed. However, the driver's technique means the MVV stabilizes itself as it limps out of the Manji security blockade. Yes, carefully thought out and determined. Nadine studies the direction where the elbow is headed and then at a topical graph at the region. After zooming out repeatedly, she sees an abandoned town to the northwest. MBV broken out of the encirclement, picking up speed, and the IVs can't catch them. That's fine. You think they can escape now that we know where they're headed? Where they're going anyway? Here. Nadine points to the screen, indicating to the town with her cigarette, then pats Kenny on the shoulder. This is the only place that we can let them escape encirclement. Oh. I want to praise them for finding a way out so soon. Wait, isn't that... The accords of the town in question has an omen unit on it. Have our ambush forces prepare for battle. Our guests are coming. Nadine puts out her cigarette and takes a hold of Kenneth's hand station again. Then it orders drivers to prepare to move out. Can't even withstand an assault like this. All I can do is flee miserably under the absolute superiority of his enemy's firepower, unable to protect the things he wants to defend. This is the price to pay, abandoning everything and leaving the game. It's truly unsightly. As expected, she made the right choice back then. That thought runs through Nadine's head as she watches the sand dune vanish into the distance behind her. Everything is going as planned. Now she has set up an ambush that so overly favors her. How long will the man be able to continue struggling? Leader, we're almost at the pass. Everyone, get ready for battle. Mailing, how's the ammo? Substructure is badly damaged and the engine is severely overheated from the all high-speed travel just now. Our top speed now is only 15 miles an hour. Got it. Keep the elbow on the move. Don't stop for anything. All points, load up on explosives. Need to jam up the mouth of the pass to shake off the enemy's pursuit. The road behind the Elmo is the only thing wide enough to accommodate. I saw a couple of the unstable looking buildings on either side. We're going to plant charges on the load bearing columns. Leader, enemies in the black are surrounding us. Did they see through us? Change of plan. Eliminate the enemies near the Elmo. Krolek, try to figure out the numbers and positions of the enemy. Remember, don't let them tie you up. Okay. Nemesis, I'll send you a topographical map of this area to you. Get to the high ground and fire at will. Thunder, rumbling in all directions. Vepli, you're in charge of distracting the enemy forces on the ground. Give Krolek and Nemesis a chance to break their formation. No problem. Vepli's the best at drawing everyone's attention. Well, what about you, leader? I'll plant the charges to keep the enemy from catching up to us. Mailing, tell the commander that the enemy's caught up to us and beware the enemy's attack on the way back. But I haven't been able to go through since just now. Keep trying to contact commander until you get through. Okay, I'll keep the hails. Right, that's our plan then. Everyone, let's go. Leader, it doesn't look like they're trying to close the gap. Yeah, seems they figured out what we're trying to do. Their aim is just to buy time. They're keeping the distance, changing fire with us. Keeping us from that building which we could use to block the path. To think we had to launch an attack even though we're the side that got ambushed. Hey Shorty, Work pretty well together back there. Want to team up again? You need Vevley to shine brighter? Yes, please. Draw their attention, I'll try to approach that building again. Nemesis, please cover us. Twining. To the moment of enlightenment and the distance from confusion. Nemesis says she's low on ammo. Oh shit. Alright, then our success or failure rests on this gambit. Let's go. Time for Beverly's favorite special effect. Smoke screens. Beverly pulls out smoke grenades and throws it into opposite direction of her cover. The moment it bursts, the element bullets rain down on a spreading smoke cloud. The dolls emerge from the cover and race towards the building they're going to bring down. Krull, bring on enemies on your 9, roughly 50 meters away. Leader, you guys carry on. I'll wipe them out. Krolek lowers her stance and sprints over to the enemies in question. Their screams fill the radio channel. 3 down, 2 more ahead of you, leader. The path might pass through Nemesis' field of fire. Oh. Before Krolek can finish, a pair of bullets find their homes in the enemy's skulls. They're collapsed like puppets with their strings cut and bright red liquid gushes out of their helmets. Before Krolek gets about a one-liner, hail bullets fly her way from another direction. She quickly ducks behind cover, trying to find the position of her attackers. This time, the enemy foot doesn't seem to willing to let her go. They hammer her position with a torrent of lead, keeping Krolek completely pinned down. Quit bullying Krolek! Oh! Deadly, go help her! Deadly proceeds to double back to support Krolek. She throws her grenade with all her might, then enemy throws back more grenades in response. Rosa feels the heat and shockwaves from multiple detonations wash over her back. While she continues running forward, there's a hint of anxiety in her voice as she keys her command communicator. Krolek, Beverly, are you alright? I'm okay. Just got hit by a few bullets. For some reason, I get the feeling I should bring a ranged weapon along next time. Flowing sands and running waters recede, then go still at the furthest reaches of the sunset. Okay, fine! You win! Now, fire off the rest of your rounds and cover us! Beverly thinks the shell went too well, but just the pizza will give you more strength. The sound of her heavy gunfire comes out of transmission once again. It's getting closer to the dolls. Rosa clearly can tell that these black armored troopers are worlds apart from the enemies she previously encountered. Their shooting technique and tactics mark them as veteran fighters. Clearly understands the terrain. Although the response are slower than dolls, they can still attack the dolls from multiple angles while hugging cover. They're getting the advantages in accuracy and reactions for the also joy, right? The all of those having a hard fight, and the time is now on their side this time. Rosa glances the explosion in their backpack. So far, they haven't managed to set a single charge, and the IVs pursuing them will not give them a chance to catch their breath. If they can block off the single road given the access to pass, that's only a matter of time before the enemy's main forces catches them and wipes them out. Rosa squeezes his weapon's foregrip and thinks about what to do if the worst should come to pass. We fell for it. They were trying to delay us, they were just planning to directly destroy us. They're smarter than we expected. Using their advantage in numbers and fire plateau and overwhelm us. Still, they aren't dolls. They'll die when they're killed. We've taken so many of them already. Doesn't their commander give a damn about them? Rosa doesn't even know the answer to Krolek's question. Logically speaking, most commanders could do. As Krolek said, try to avoid unnecessary casualties. But her fighting spirits and morale hasn't fallen because of their losses. She can't apply normal presumptions to these foes. There's no point in thinking about all that. Leader, I'll delay the enemy. Hurry and break that building down. Can't let the commander come back to the side of the Elmo in flames, right? That's right. Please, I'm counting on you. Rosa ducks into the building and unpacks explosives to this building down several times. Over before running at the wiring them up with detonators and setting the initiation sequence. However, the sound of IV engines come from nearby. Rosa looks up and her hands stop as she sees the scenes before her. The IVs that have been engaging the Elmo just now are heading down the road, going straight for the Elmo. Rosa's heart fills with despair. She never felt out as an unending stream of IVs rumbles in. No matter how fast she works, no way she can finish playing all explosive on the building's load-bearing columns before the convoy passes by. Times it seems slow, to slow to a crawl in Groza's eyes, everything outside takes place in slow motion. In an instant, she remembers many things. Her life, either parting ways with the commander, the scene of her reunion with him, the time she downloaded her neural backup into this frame, the strange feeling back then. She clearly promised the commander that she would protect everyone on the Elmo. No, she can't give up yet. She needs to complete her mission, and besides, she still has her last resort. Grizzle lays the explosives on the ground and quickly connects before loading them onto her back. This locate ends at the detonator whose time delay has been removed. Grizzle takes it in hand and discards her weapon, jumps out in front of the first IFV. The driver reacts quickly, and its auto has a coaxial machine gun immediately tracking her movement. But a doll's dexterity and rapid reflexes allow her to easily avoid the attack. Immediately following her, she throws herself into a slide to go under the IFV. Krolek, take charge of my place from now on. Bring back to the Elmo immediately. Oh. Upon hearing Rola's words, Krolek's reply over the radio sounds frantic. Leader, what are you doing? I'll keep the enemy vehicles from approaching the Elmo. Everything seems to be happening in slow motion as she watches the bullets kick up puffs of sand and dust around her. She suddenly feels a strange sense of liberation. Neural upload synchronization command selection. Disable? Warning. Command entails a high degree of risk. Please reconfirm the disable order. Leader, talk to me. What are you doing? Can't. Not again. Confirmed. Command confirmed. Neural upload synchronization disabled. Time goes from slowing down to practically standing still. Rosa watches herself gradually approach the undercarriage of the IFV. She even sees the driver's look of panic as he tries to pull out his handgun but fails to do so in time. She sees the shell casing ejected by the turret guns, as well as each and every pebble thrown into the air by shaking of the ground. She sees a strange blue-colored flower blossoming before her, and a blue butterfly flitting out of the flower's heart. And the final thing she sees is the commander's face, though for some reason it seems a little blurred. A strange feeling wells up in the depths of her neural cloud, but the real stranger is herself, standing in front of the commander. That self wears a completely different uniform from her, and has a completely different expression on her face. A powerful wave of fatigue washes over Groza. She closes her eyes and stops thinking. Goodbye, Commander. Nah. Nah! No way! Nah! We're getting this girl alive! We're not stopping! Hold on. I'll be back. Okay, for now, one of my friends contacted me. They said I'm running late for something important, so I'm gonna stop here. So, I'll pick it up another time. Take care. Here. Okay, cool. I'm back. It's where's my? Fuck, I forgot I'm charging my phone. I guess I'll use my backup phone for this. So as of right now, it is 6:47 in the morning. 6:47 on March 13th. Took a lot longer to hang with my brother, so we're trying to finish this up now. Alright, let's get it. So last time I remembered, I heard a goodbye from Groza. This is not a good sign. I have to figure out what happens next. What happens in chapter 8 to lead to this point. Because last I remembered, I think but the commander says, you know what? We're bringing the band back together. Let's do this. Like, yeah! Wait, do we have enough space? But thinking about it, I was like, wait, do we have enough space on the Elmo? At this point, we might as well start using our expenses to expand the bitch. As a helicopter, so we're on 1-7, if I remember correctly. So let's get it back. As a helicopter races through the jet black sky, it slowly descends and emerges from the cloud over that prevents others from noticing it. I can't help but worry as I look at my reflection in the window and back at the terminal in front of me. The terminal displays a connection lost icon. I sigh, then try to re-establish the comm link. Grossa, do you read me? Come in, Elmo. However, the only thing I hear from my earpiece is a hissing of static. I've been trying to contact them throughout the entire flight, but I haven't been able to get through so far. I clench my fist and glance unhappily at the hovering diner gate. Didn't you say you could maintain comms with Elmo no matter the distance? That would require local signal markers to be intact. Ah, fuck. So the nearby signal markers have been all destroyed. Considering the scale of the enemy attack, Rosa mentioned, that's definitely a possibility. Oh yeah. It means the opposition prepared for their ambush well. While they're going up against the Elmo, I can't underestimate the reaction speed of those black armored Manji security troopers. I look out the window, at the ground. The path I told the Elmo to head towards is right below us. Oh, we're here. I head over to the cockpit where Sharkry and Centurion C are sitting in the pilot and co-pilot seats. Sharkry, descend to 200 meters and then maintain altitude. Okay. Have the helicopter's rocket pods have been reloaded? Topped up, I'm ready to go. Good. Centurion C, when we fly above the pass, try to use the vehicle radio to establish comms at short range. Now she's calling us Commander! Let's go! I'm so hyped. Commander, the enemy, he might discover us if we use the radio. It's alright. They won't be able to respond. The helicopter soars through the air above the pass, and I can see quite a number of ant-like vehicles swarming this entrance. There are intermittent flashes of light in the settlement at the mouth of the pass. There are people exchanging fire there, and it's plain to see that our people are among them. Looking further into the distance, I see the MVV crawling along as it trails a huge plume of black smoke. It's traveling slowly, but it's already drawn away from the firefight. Tentariously turns on the radio and I begin hailing it. Soon, I hear Mei Ling's voice amidst the noise. Don't cry, please. Don't cry. Mei Ling, don't cry. Please don't cry. Mei Ling, do you read me? Commander? Don't cry. Thank goodness, I got through at last. Uh-oh. Calm down, Mei Ling. What's happening now? We're being chased by lots of enemy armor. We headed to the town you mentioned earlier, but there were enemies there waiting to ambush us. Leader Groza took the dolls out to intercept them, and she said she would blow up the road on this side. So they saw through it, huh? Can you contact Groza? No, I can't. Leader and the others haven't been responding since just now. Do you think they're in danger? I'll go back them up. You keep driving the Elmo and don't stop for anything. Got that? I got it, Commander, please bring back Leader Groza and the others. Leave it to me. Why did you start a death flag, Mei Ling? I hate you. I put down the handset and return to the passenger cabin. I look at the dolls holding their weapons and ammo. Then begin handing out combat assignments. I'm crying because I actually played GFL 1. I don't know. I don't remember when I stopped, but Fuck, I'm actually crying. Diane, Jiang Yu, Zhao Hui, and Saturisi. You'll be forming a squad to assist and relieve Groza's team. You already know who Groza is. The other three members of her team are a doll with bunny ears, a doll with a purple cape, and a doll with a M. Pizarra's backpack. You should be able to recognize them at a glance. Don't get stuck with the enemy. Find them and bring them back to the chopper ASAP. Understood. We'll take care of it, Commander. Time to show the power of an elite doll, Commander. I hate you. Kovnik, you're in charge of protecting Melanie. Don't let her leave her side for a moment. Yep. Are you alright with that, Melanie? I'm okay. Alright. Prepare to move out! I head back to the cockpit, instructing Sharkray to overfly the firefight. Once we're above it, I point out a largely intact building, and Sharkray immediately picks up on what I want and it descends. Ikuze! Centauri and Diane open the hatches on their respective sides of the chopper, and a ferocious downwash screams in from outside. The dolls stand by the open doors while Kovnen shields Melanie from following winds of her body. The helicopter nears the target building. The dolls jump out when it's roughly 10 meters above the roof. Haha, time for a Griffin airdrop! What's this? Oh no. Jiang Yu does a magnificent flip in mid-air before touching down. Diane, who touched down alongside her, glances at her sister before reproaching her. Be careful, we're in a combat zone now. But that's what I want. It just feels like old times. So this is what you used to do. No wonder why you're always so restless. Damn! Why, Jelly? It is a monsoon, let's head out. Pardon us, Miss Centauri. Let's go. The dolls dart into the building and the helicopter pulls up again as it heads towards the mouth of the pass. Looks like it's about time. From the co-pilot seat, I see multiple IFBs working their way through the town area. They're driving in single file toward the Elmo. Perfect opportunity for us. Sharkray, target this road. Blow up all the IFBs to scrap. Will do. Oh! I'm hype. I'm hype. I'm hype. Oh, I'm sweating. I'm getting heated, bro. Hold up. In a good way. Holy shit. Woo! Let's get it! The helicopter adjusts its position as it hovers, then plunges in for a strafing run. Rockets scream out of their pods in rapid succession, and explosions erupt along the length of the road, turning the IFVs into burning wrecks. I forgot to do this. Oops. But still, damn, imagine getting shot down by the GNK helicopter again. Groza feels her frame hit the ground with a dull thud. In the wake of the deafening explosion, the walls of the pass crumble and ruined buildings near collapse, engulfing the fleeing Manji security troops. She can hear their screams. She can see the mangled remains of humans that have been blasted into gory chunks, and she can feel their hot blood raining down on her. But, wait a minute. Didn't she just... Groza thinks back to what she was doing before she found herself collapsed on the ground. Do dolls feel like this after they blow themselves up? That's crazy. It doesn't seem any different from normal. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wow, there's no sound here? That's crazy. See, recall a time where a scientific advancement in this world was still limited, and humans believed that after death, they would become something called ghosts, entities left behind after one's death. Then, is she some kind of data ghost now? Nah, that's a good point. Rosa lies motionless, trying to clear her head. In her recollection, she was preparing to press the button on her detonator, but the IFV before her suddenly exploded, and a massive shockwave sent her flying. Oh. Groza looked down at her right hand. The detonator is still there, but she didn't press it. Then, what was that explosion just now? Before she could think about it, the sounds of more gunfire and explosions came from the other side of the rubble. That's one way of waking up people. Looks like the opposition hasn't given up yet. They're trying to blast a hole in the debris and fallen rock blocking the path, so the troops outside can get inside and continue fighting. Once again, there's another deafening explosion. Rocks and debris fly everywhere, and a blocked path shows signs of clearing. Another one, and it's crazy. The rubble blocking the path is completely blown away. She can hear Manji troops approaching, so close that she can see their gray helmets through the breach. Is this the end? No, not yet. Bullets suddenly fly past her, actively striking the Manji troops hers in the head. Shocked, Grozzo looks back and sees a doll rushing out of the smoke and running to her side. Let's go! Miss Groza, are you alright?
わかったわ。
Are you the reinforcements sent by the commander? Miss Groza, do you not remember me? Yes I am. Miss Master sent me to help you withdraw. Where are the other dolls? They're behind me, fighting the streets. They're engaged with the enemy. They need backup. Understood. Miss Diane, please take care of Egg Monsoon's squad and the other reinforce the other dolls. I'll help evacuate Miss Groza. Understood. We'll leave things on this side to you. Please stay still, Miss Groza. You sustained severe damage to your frame. I'll drag you out of there. Nemesis, what happened to your cover fire? Don't tell me she ran out of bullets. Departure, lost and friends. What do you mean you? I hate it. What do you mean you ran out of ammo? And now of all times, get it together already. Are those dolls approaching us from over there? They're fast. Are they enemies? Don't shoot. We're friendlies. Are you the dolls from the Elmo? Yes, we are. We're from Monsoon Squad. The commander sent us to back you up. We'll be covering your withdrawal. So the commander sent you. But Lita's still out there. Our team will bring her back. Let's take care of the enemies in front of us, shall we? Sounds great. Time to give those bastards a spanking. I hate Kralik. What the hell? The red-haired woman anxiously studies the message on the screen, and not realizing that her cigarette has almost burned itself out. Half the IVs she sent into town has been destroyed. The other have been wedged outside by the fallen rocks and rubble. Meanwhile, there is a ceaseless stream of casualty reports from her Omen forces. Just now, dolls that jumped out of that helicopter had completely eliminated any chance she had of wiping out those encircled dolls. The helicopter has shown up with incredible timing and practically destroyed her entire deployment in an instant. Could it be that the fleeing MVV was been only a decoy? Was she the one being ambushed all along? The combat she had started with crumbles instantly, and the team can't help but wonder if there's a bigger trap waiting for her behind all this. Any other person would probably not be able to do it, but she can't begin to imagine what kind of strategies that man who came back from Frankfurt can employ. Be built different, actually. What the hell? He fucking traumatized this lady. The team's underestimation of him has already cost her dearly, and right now she knows that her only choice is none at all. Contact all squads. Have them begin withdrawing. Load up the dead and wounded where possible and return to our muster point. But Adjutant, we can still fight. We still have those dolls surrounded. And what if they have more dolls lying in wait for us? But what? We still have a perimeter lockdown mission ahead of us. We can't lose any more men. Bring everyone back now. Yes, ma'am. Damn it! Kenny angrily punches his seat before leaving the IFB. He doesn't look back. It is only that Lentine notices the burning pain at her fingertips. She clicks her tongue and drops a cigarette butt. Its lingering heat scorches a black-edged circle on an intelligence report lying on the floor of the vehicle. Lentine picks it up, preparing to throw the paste that made her lose so much out of the vehicle. However, her hand stopped halfway, and Lentine throws the report back on the ground. The strange feeling in her heart. It's been there for a full 10 years. Appearing in her dreams, showing up whenever she doubted herself, voicing her to all kinds of excuses for actions in order to get it under control. As it is, she can no longer hold it back. The feeling that utterly denies all choices she made, and an emotion completely crushes her soul into the dirt. How? How is that he can still beat me even after falling so far? Why would he give up on everything when he's this capable? It makes no sense. She has to ask him and find the answer to that question. Lentine grabs her gun and stands up, throwing up the IV's hatch. She clenches her fist, driving her nails deeply into the palm of her arm that blood begins rolling up and dripping from her hand. It shouldn't. Things shouldn't be this way. Uh-oh. Come on, load up! Monsoon Squad brings the Emerald Dolls to the roof of a nearby building. As the helicopter slowly touches down, I open the hatch so the dolls can rush inside. Diane and the others bring Krolek, Beverly, and Nemesis with them into the helicopter, which makes the passenger compartment feel a little cramped. Zhao Hui and Jiang Yu reflexively take up the positions at the edge of the cabin, guns raised and scanning their surroundings. Commander, where do you get all these people from? They're all friends. Rosa Grossa. Miss Interior says she was helping to evacuate Grossa. I look down and no signs of them. I pick up the handset and hail Centurion C. Where are you two? Master, Miss Grossa is badly hurt. The enemy caught up to us and we're trying to hold them off. Find a way to indicate your location. Got it. I hear a magazine change from the transmission. Shortly after, a stream of tracer rounds hurtle into the sky. I immediately point in the direction and order Shockery to dust off. Once we reach above the tracers, I can clearly make out Centurion and Grossa fighting off the enemy from behind cover. Zhang Yu and Zhao Hui immediately rake the enemy support weapons, with gunshots and suppressive fire from the distance eases off. Centurion C looks up the helicopter, take full advantage of the lull in the shooting to grab Grossa and head for the nearest room. Uh-oh. A pair of missiles fly toward the helicopter, but fortunately, Shakri has been slowly orbiting the site and dodges them. Diane moves up to the doorway and joins the other dolls in suppressing the source of those rockets. Meanwhile, I get Shakri to rapidly descend, get close to the buildings as is possible. No, don't do this! This is another snip. I already know which one I'm using for thumbnail. What the heck? Just as the helicopter levels out, Centuri C appears on the roof, carrying Grossa. She widens her step and picks up speed. Jumping off the roof of Grossa, the two of them slam into the helicopter like a cannonball. Fortunately, the other dolls help them soften the impact. Diane helps Centuri C lay Grossa on the cabin floor, while Jiang Yu immediately closes the hatch. Seeing everyone aboard, Shockery immediately climbs into the air and beating a hasty retreat while being pursued by more rockets. The helicopter flies towards the MO. Fortunately, roof landing pad is in badly damaged. Sharky lands the chopper on the Elmo. The dolls dismount, waiting for further instructions. I look into the distance. The Elmo is clear of that ruined town, and the enemy shows no intention of continuing pursuit. I sigh of relief and turn attention back to the dolls. Grossa's flame is riddled with shrapnel. Krolek and Nemesis are carefully unloading her from the heli. Grossa, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm sorry. I almost failed to complete my mission. No! It's okay. It was my fault for coming back late. Don't speak, you need repairs. Grossa nods and closes her eyes. I hear the chime of the hangar elevator nearby, and Mailing rushes out as the door opens. Commander! Oh my god, I'm glad you're not crying. Don't cry. Leader! Leader, are you okay? Rosa shakes her head, but does not respond. Mailing, you done a great job. Now I need to do a little more. Got it! I'll start fixing Leader right now. With Mailing urging them on, Krolak and Nemesis helps Rosa to the repair bay. Will Leader really be alright? I hope it's just surface level damage. We'll have to wait for Mailing to finish running diagnostics. Speaking of diagnostics, why don't you give Melanie a checkup? After that, we can get her a room to rest in. Alright, come with me, okay, Melanie? Melanie glances at me, then immediately follows Colton down the stairs. I hear Beverly give the other adults a tour of the Elmo, which are also including a damage assessment of the stricken areas. I head back to the ops room. Thanks to the recent attack, it's a total mess. I kinda figured. Glass panels have been broken and fragments are everywhere. I can't help but sigh as I think about how the Elmo had just been repaired not too long ago. Really? Explain not too long ago, bitch. Only for it to be reduced to this state once again. I sit back down in my chair. Who would have thought so many things would happen in the course of just one day? The hidden Hero silent and diner gate flies above my head once again. Dying light and smoke voice rings out from above me. Oh, of course you would. What an exciting this day was, Commander. Does it remind you of your Griffin days? I can't help but be reminded of them. I reach up and grab the diner gate above my head, but nimbly evades my grasp. God dang it, let me grab you! The diner gate flies above me and projects Diner Lion's face again. She's yawning and stretching lazily. So, were today's events a coincidence that you arranged today? How could that? Girl, why are you always like this? The only coincidence I arranged was for you to meet Monsoon and the Zucherro, but then you ended up rewriting the script in your own way. Wow. I had nothing to do with the encounter in that underground lab, the fight with the Manji security, or that girl. Oh, really? Anyway, about that data you found in the underground lab, have you learned anything yet? I found a piece of information before we left the range of a signal marker network. As it turns out, there was a string of missing persons and cultist activity cases filed with the police departments of the various major districts in the nearby satellite cities. So far, I read through 800 plus reports with over 3,000 pictures, 46 videos, and material over 1,000 people. Right now, I'm trying to analyze similarities and sort them if I can find any clues. However, the reports are highly disorganized, and there are signs of significant systematic internal tampering in addition to the confusing information. What? Give me a little more time, okay? It's only been half a day, Bear. Wait, this been half a day since that event? That's crazy. Even I can't digest all of this at once. The rest will just have to wait until my connection to the signal marker network is restored. However, there seem to be some similarities between the experiments you found and what HIDE 404 is investigating. Perhaps they might give you a lead to follow. I trust you haven't forgotten them yet. How could I ever? Lena assigned you to go pick them up, right? Girls and the others were attacked on the road to get them. They were probably the same people as the ones who attacked 404. That's my guess too. According to the PMC registration database, Manji Security is supposed to be a small independent company with less than 100 employees to their name. It looks like the NOMFA must have messed up really badly if they managed to overlook a company with this level of equipment and manpower. We'll tell Callan about this afterwards. However, we've been cut off since just now. We can't contact anyone. Be 404 or Lena. The enemy is smart. They knew to destroy the signal markers. However, I just doubt this will pose a problem with 404. You mean... I mean something like this. Dandelion points to the ops room main terminal. Suddenly, it buzzes with a comm request. I glance at Dandelion, then wearily put it through. What is wrong with you? Hey, looks like I finally got through. Man, sure, it was a hard fixing a signal marker with hardware this old. Man, Clue Kai would kill me if I didn't fix it. Ugh, just thinking about it scares me. For a moment, I'm not sure how to answer. There's a look of doubt on my face as I listen to the voice on the line. No response. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm connected, right? You haven't forgotten who I am, have you, Commander? There's a brief burst of noise. The video window dissolves into static and then clears up. There's a man with his back to the camera. He seems to be banging on something. There's a burst of sparks, and then the man throws his wrench aside and slowly turns around. As he does, the man's face is revealed by the cold light of the overhead fluorescent lamps. Wait a minute. Is that you, dear? Huh? But I did look up who dear was in DFL 1 because I haven't seen him in a while. But damn! My man got a glow up! I'll probably have like a cut between 1 and 1. Outside the Elmo's windows, a sudden gust of wind speeds through the darkened sky. Of course, because the windows are broken! There are no ELID corpses here or nauseating monsters. The endless sands are clean as though nothing ever happened. The helicopter slowly lands on the Elmo. The dolls open the hatch and jump down from the chopper, while the air follows behind them as he touches down on the Elmo. Huh? After receiving the distress signal, since Teresi took Diane and the others to the beacon station where the air was. As per our previous comms, I learned that he had come to offer assistance after 404 had gone missing, but by the time he had arrived at the location, he found that all the signal markers in the region had been destroyed and that Manji security had seized control of all the roads leading in and out. In the end, he became trapped there. Fortunately, Lena gave him the Elmo's comm code, so he managed to contact us after fixing a signal marker. We didn't encounter any enemies at the signal marker. The helicopter returned to the Elmo after taking the air aboard. The dolls return to the repair bay to rest, while the air comes to the ops room. I give him a quick once-over and can't help but feel unfamiliar with his look. Damn, my boy! You did have a glow-up! What the hell? My man actually kind of looking fresh with those! What the heck? What's wrong, Commander? Why are you looking at me like that? Well, it's been a long time since I last saw you. And I didn't expect you to grow up like this. Damn, wait, I realized he has black circles on his eyes. Well, I am a human after all. Our looks are different from dolls. We grow up fast. Yes, of course I know that. That said, what's more interesting is that you're still helping out Squad 404. There were times when I asked myself, why am I even putting myself through all this crap? But hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? And besides, I heard that the Elmo would be helping them out, and I always wanted to take a look around the Elmo. Is this thing really that interesting? Of course it is! After all, it's a cutting-edge IOP product. The final glory of the NSU's heavy industry, huh? Wait a minute. What? A one-of-a-kind model who will never be seen again. Yeah, it sounds pretty awesome. Honestly, you don't know how valuable this thing is, do you, Commander? All I know is that thanks to its workshop bills, I think I have trouble getting enough water to drink as it is. Hey, you get what you pay for. Would you mind if I upgraded the comm system over here? Be my guest. As I step aside, Deer takes out a bunch of strange devices before starting to work on the command console. After some banging and fiddling, hey! A screen of the console monitor that I've never seen before. What's this? I upgraded the Elmo's comm system and also set up a temporary encrypted comms channel. I'm sure that were cases in the past where your transmissions were leaked to the outside world, right? God damn it, not again! Why do you ask? Nina told me about it. I swear to Christ, that girl needs to learn how to shut her mouth. She said that after Miss Kalina found out that the NOMFA's comms had been cracked by others on multiple occasions, she told me 404 about it and asked them to improve their signal encryption. Leva felt that relying on the encrypted channel alone was pointless. So not only did she only boost the encryption on all their comms, she also installed a honey trap in the 404's information systems. Any visitors who have been invited by 404 will receive a special surprise from them. Unfortunately, the upgrade tech still haven't managed to catch that visitor who's turned up so many times before. The encrypted comms I set up here is similar to the one Squad of 404 is using. This way, we can better ensure data security between both sides. If that's the case, Kalina had best upgrade on her end too. Well, about that, I don't dare to mess around lightly with things on NOMFA's end. Although, I think that's where the biggest hole in security is. So, you think the NOMFA is problematic? Like, it would be strange if a government organization that level didn't have loopholes, right? I fall silent for a moment and didn't respond to Dier's words. In principle, I trust Kalin unconditionally, but she's part of the NOMFA, and I can't make up my mind about that right away. After some thought, I decided to change the subject. Oh yes, you were saying that Lena asked you to come over? Yep. Earlier, Klukai mentioned having trouble getting network signal, so Lena sent me over to help troubleshoot things for her. At first, I thought it was just a standard mission, so I took my family You took a family helicopter? Brother, oh well, there's your face. Family helicopter and paid for transportation and tools myself. Now that I think about it, Kukai really is too stingy. So you entered the yellow zone all by yourself? Well, the danger level for this place wasn't high, and my truck had good specs, so the Varjägers had trouble catching up. I thought I could just find a signal marker, drop off an extend base station, and be done with it. But turns out, every signal marker I encountered along the way was completely destroyed. The only ones whose internals I could have begun to repair was the last one. After that, I found out that the way out was completely controlled by Mangi forces. I figured they'd shoot me full of holes first, even if I tried to go back. Luckily, I met you, Commander. Otherwise, I've been totally screwed. Saying so, the air fiddles with the console's interface and rescans the new transmission channels. The moment the rescan finishes, a shining point immediately appears on the screen. What's this? It's a transmission base station. It's broadcasting right now. Can I connect to it? Yes, do it! The ear connects to the transmission. A rapid, loud voice speaker over the channel. 362nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We have an emergency and need support. I repeat, we need support. Survey Corps. Are those forces that 404 are working with? Can we communicate with them? No, there's no response. This is an audio clip on a loop broadcast. Can we backtrace the signal then? Sure we can. Alright, location confirmed. They're not far away. I picked up my terminal and contact Centuriacy. Master? Centuriacy, I have a new assignment for you. Get ready for battle along with the Monsoon Squad and meet in the hangar. Understood. Preparing now. I have the air send the coordinates to the dolls and look out the night sky as dark and mysterious as this mission. This might be our break in fighting in HID 404. The helicopter takes off from the Elmo. I decide to head over to the repair bay while waiting for news. I leave the ops room for after telling the diner gate to keep an eye on the Elmo's status and its surroundings. The air follows me down, too. When we enter the repair bay, we see Mei Ling perform the final adjustments on Grossa, while the other dolls keep her company. Ah, Commander, you're here. Yep, how are things? Mei Ling says things are okay, but just now, leader... Oh, damn. Frolic immediately shuts up when she realizes what's going on, and pushes Nemesis and Bentley out of the room. Right. We're going to go check the rest of the Elmo. You guys have a good chat, Commander. After the dolls leave, Rosa sits up on the diagnostics lab. Rosa, are you alright? Commander, I'm fine. Thank you for sending help. Yeah, things were really close out there. Mei Ling, how's Leader's frame? I was startled when I first saw her, but I ran my diagnostic and realized there weren't that many penetrating injuries. Fortunately, most of the wounds were caused by shrapnel. While it caused a certain amount of damage to her limbs, we can fix them with the replacement parts. That's good to hear. After seeing that Rose is alright, I managed to calm down at last. I step aside to make room for Deer, then introduce him to Groza and Mei Ling. This is Mei Ling. She's the Elmo's chief engineer. Groza, and Groza is the leader of the Elmo's doll squad. Deer nods to them. Mei Ling returns the nod a little timidly. And this is Deer's. I guess you could call him 404's... Just call me 404's technician. I'll do everything I can to help you out driving the upcoming operation. Nice meeting you. Oh, alright. Groza nods to Deer. For some reason, Groza seems to be acting strangely. Suddenly, Deer's eyes light up, and he excitedly rushes over to the slab behind Groza. Puzzled, I follow his movements with my eyes, and see him particularly skip over to where Sextant is lying. Sextant's frame has been badly damaged. Just about all her exposed skin have been destroyed, and her body is badly deformed. You even have a 3rd gen doll? You know this is a 3rd gen doll? Of course I do! This is the latest tech by the Orlog conglomerate. Even the core collaborator companies who are working on it need to wait in line for 6 months just to look at the relevant files. I can't believe you got so rich and powerful after not seeing you for so long, Commander. Oh, I just picked her up by accident. By accident? A 3rd gen doll costs much as a skyscraper. And that's just a financial cost alone. This isn't the sort of problem you can solve with money. Well, it's a long story. Yeah, cut to Diane's, fucking story. You fought her during your previous mission, and then she suddenly showed up near the Elmo. We dragged her on board after we smacked her around for a bit. To think you actually managed to beat a monster of that level. Looks like you've been lying about your combat strength, Commander. Well, not really. There seemed to be something wrong with her when we ran into her. Both her perceptions and memories were confused. Maybe she could help me take a look at her? Happy to help. Still, in her current state... Well, the materials for repairing her would cost an astronomical sum. I coughed to hide my awkwardness. Is there a cheap way to do it? Cost aside, main problem is that my understanding of 3rd gen doll is at surface level at best. Frankly speaking, I don't have much confidence in doing it. Well, you got a chance now. Yeah, I think so too. Well, since I got a chance to take a crack at this, don't mind if I do. Don't. Deer pulls out his toolbox and proceeds a plethora of instruments I have never seen before. After plugging all manners of cables into the Sextant's access ports, Deer's instruments begin to flash and make noises. It's a mess in there. Junk code and bad sectors everywhere. Her brain was pretty much smushed when we met her. Upon seeing that we're discussing sextants, Mailing grows an offer slab and walks over to me. Ah, while you were around, Leader tried hacking into her neural cloud to gather info. Why'd you take that risk? Her firewalls were down, so I judged that her hacking into her would not pose any risk. I see. So, any progress? Her neural cloud was a mess while I hacked in. My guess is that it was severely damaged by a fusion experiment. I tried connecting to her level 3 base layer and learned some things. Apparently, someone ran an experiment on her and deliberately destroyed her. However, her internal files were too badly damaged and I couldn't make out any details. I see. Dear, I need the information in their neural cloud. Please help me fix her neural cloud as best you can. Why don't you ask for the moon too while you're at it? Hardy har har. Deer takes out another little electronic device and hooks it up to several small cables from Sected's head. After a while, connections crackle and throws off sparks, even setting the device Deer is holding on fire. Oh wow. A short circuit. How is it? It's like what Leader Grossa said. Someone wrecked this third gen doll Neuros Cloud, almost to the point of complete destruction. Whoever did it targeted all vital and irrecoverable parts of the neural cloud. See, although her frame structure is still largely intact, it's still unoperable. It's kind of like if a neurosurgeon went and severed linkages to a human brain. Dart may destroy nodes, but the neural cloud module is pretty much a write-off. Also, it seems her body... Deer narrows his eyes and carefully studies an almost destroyed portion of Sexton's epidermal layer. Is something wrong? No. Still, why would anyone make a doll frame out of this? Pretty imaginative, I have to say. Is there any materials you haven't seen before? Well, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Just that I never thought anyone would make it out of make a frame out of it. Get to the point. What is it? Deer thinks for a moment, then reaches into a toolbox and checks out something that looks like a microscope. He looks at a piece, looks for a place on Sexton's body, then sets it up and calls me over. Here, Commander, take a look. What is this? It looks like some biological tissue. Or rather, some kind of cells? Looks like someone's trying to fuse this doll's frame materials with some kind of cell. That's a little surprising. The cells don't look very active. Looks like the fusion didn't work. I think about what the air is saying, and then I suddenly sense something staring at me. When I turn around, I suddenly notice a little figure standing in the doorway. There's a pitter-patter of footsteps, then Kofne appears out from the doorway as well, grabbing the arm of the little figure. Melanie, what are you doing here? There's something here. Melanie? Upon hearing my words, Melanie reflexively looks back. So, you adopted a daughter as well? Hey! Chill out! Look, it's a really long story! Hi. Hello, Melanie. Melanie backs away even further. Ugh. Do I really look that scary? Kofne, what were the results of our checkup? Melanie's vital signs are stable. Too stable, in fact. Melanie ignores the exchange between Kofne and me. She raises her hand and points to the doll behind me before addressing me directly. I want to see that doll. That doll? I point to Sexton's. You mean her? Melanie nods. Sure, I guess. Oh god. Melanie approaches us. Suddenly, a chill runs down my spine and my hand reflexively reaches for my gun at my wrist. Upon realizing what I'm doing, I quickly turn aside so she doesn't see me and fold my arms across my chest. She walks up to Sexton's and looks up her up and down. Finally, her gaze settles at a position where we discover the signals of signs of cellular fusion. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? No, not this one, but she looks like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of this fusion. Melanie, words make me stiffen up. Do you know what these signs of fusions are? They are from Bujum extracts. They show signs like this from fusion after fusion. Bujum cell structures. Hang on! Cell activity has suddenly increased. The air quickly checks on Sexton's condition. Broza walks up in front of me and reflexively takes up a defensive position, while Koltnet pulls Mailing and Melanie away. Be careful, Commander. Logically speaking, the chances of our self-repairing like this should be vanishing low, but the characteristics of Bujum cells might actually end up coming into play here. Self-repair, huh? So a doll who can self-repair, and a third-gen doll at that. Well, that's interesting. Looks like she's recovering faster than expected. Uh-oh. Don't kill us, please. Her neural cloud is rebooting. The bad sectors are actually accepting connections. The air stares incredulously at the instruments he's holding, while Groza rarely raises her gun and points it at Sextans while shouting to Kofne. Get Mailing the girl out of here! Okay. Kofne drags Mailing and Melanie outside. Melanie keeps looking back as she goes. After Kofne closes the door behind her, I return my attention to Sextans. Can you repair neural backup logs while we're at it? I'm doing it right now! Reboot successful. Local neural cloud backup activated. Backup failed. Reboot successful. Real neural cloud backup activated. Now connecting to remote database. Remote database connection failed. Rebooting in local mode. System online. Now loading affiliation data. Affiliation ID failed. Sexton opens her eyes but remains still. Still looks at me and her eyes fill with confusion. Are you my master? Say yes, stupid! Say yes, stupid! Say yes! Come on, this is a third gen doll and this is like literally free if you say yes. Your master. Sexton walks towards me and extends a hand. I reflexively reach out to take it, but Grosso blocks me. Commander, she poses a huge threat. You mustn't lower your guard. The air quickly works on its instruments, and then he suddenly chuckles. Heh. Commander, looks like I actually become her new master. What do you mean? Well, her affiliation auto data has been completely cleared out, and her systems are back to their default state. If you like, you can take ownership of her. Does that mean anything? Of course it does. That way, you can easily retrieve neurologs that you wanted. I mean, the only human who can do this is you, right, Commander? I glance at Groza. She doesn't look at me. Gun is still trained on Sextans. If it will aid your mission, then you should assume ownership of her. Oh. I nod, and the air immediately begins tapping away on his touchscreen. Sexton's eyes briefly flash. Soon, the air puts his instruments down and confidently addresses me. Done! She won't regard you guys as enemies anymore. Her neural cloud is reconstructing itself. Also, I found something neat. Something neat? She has an IFF key in their database. Do you know what that means? Are you saying that anything to the key regards as a friendly is actually an enemy to us? That's right! So, see? All the combat logs from nearby has been transmitted to her neural cloud. My guess is that these friendly coordinates show the movements of Mangi security forces. There's no other PMC with so many guns in this shitty part of the Yellow Zone. Yeah, true. So the third gen doll are also linked to Manji security. I mean, that much is obvious, right? Third gen dolls were protected by the conglomerate to begin with. Yeah. So, if you have a more precise location for 404, we can use Sexton's backtrace to backtrace them and through Mangi security positions. I nod. Then my terminal suddenly rings. Commander, do you read me? Loud and clear. Go ahead. We found the coordinates and we ran to a small detachment of the Manji security personnel. They were few in number and we already eliminated them. We found a couple of Survey Corps troopers during the firefight. One perished and the other is well, very badly wounded. Can you send him back over to the Elmo for treatment? His wounds are severe and we cannot move him easily. Miss Diane's administering first aid, but... Diane, what's the trooper's condition? His bleeding isn't stopping. At this rate, he won't last long. Are you dolls? Let me speak with your commander. Master, he... Patch him in. Will do. We're from 3762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We're bounty hunters who were passing by and picked up your distress signal. Can you tell me what happened to you? Thank you. While carrying out our mission, we encountered many ELIDs and enemies from unknown faction. They destroyed all the signal markers nearby. I knew it. While we were setting up a signal base station, we were attacked by mercenaries from Mongi Security. Our mission can't end with us. For the sake of our brothers! Please stay still. You're in critical condition. Right now, I'm conscripting your dolls in the name of the 7th Survey Corps. Please head to our position and provide backup. Our main forces has been surrounded. If you help, I'm sure the first sergeant will reward you well. Understood. We will help you. Thank you. Hang in there. Don't give up. Remember, you promised. Commander, he's not breathing. Can I get 07s in the fucking comment section? Men did this job right. Centuriacy, please bury them. Let them rest in peace. Also, bring their dog tags back to the Elmo. Alright. I ended transmission and sigh heavily. I guess that things wouldn't turn out this way, but I still can't feel but a little sad for those soldiers. Dear, you said 404 was accompanying survey course, right? That was what Klukai said, yeah. So the base station they struggled to build should be nearby. Have sextants prepared to backtrace them? Graza, take our remaining dolls. Use sextants as a guide to find 404. Understood. We have to find them. We can't waste what those soldiers sent their lives to protect. Alright. Here we go. Signal decryption. The important thing now is to rebuild relationships. Let's go! We hurry back to the ops room. DR heads to the comms hub and begin connecting to the equipment. Can you find 404's location with the base station? I'm trying, but my guess is not too likely. The base station might be a millispec hardware, but Mongi already knows it exists. So in addition to sending people to destroy it, they'll increase their efforts in jamming its signal. The comms hub emits a signal lost tone, validating the Earth's thinking. Didn't work, like I expected. Still, there might be hope we can use sextants to help. Hang on. The air crawls under the command terminal and begins installing some extra equipment. Meanwhile, I use this time to contact Centuriacy. Centuriacy, how are things now? We buried the soldiers. The base station seems to be running normally. Right. Spread out and establish a defense line. Now that Mongi know they failed, they'll send more people over to counterattack. You must ensure the base station is secure. Understood, Master. We won't disappoint you. Of course you won't. The air emerges from under the command terminal. Tap several locations on the screen, whereupon the menus begin to change. Right. I copied over the frequency settings from military base stations. This way, the MO can use it as a relay to search for nearby Mongi security signals. Well done. Graza, do you read me? Go ahead, Commander. Connect sextants to level 2 and see if you can find any treasure. Got it. Working now. Groza ends the transition. Soon, Sextant's IFF key is transmitted to the MO's systems. This military base station has great coverage. Now for the nearby signal traces. Ugh. What's wrong? The good news is that this IFF key is really effective. picking up traces every single position Mongi forces have been to. Bad news. It's picking up traces of every single position Mongi forces have been to, so they're all over the map. I look at the map after a signal analysis has been done. Our surroundings are covered in red dots. Looks like they were really earning their paychecks. Let's think about this from a different angle. Look for signal traces belong to the highest ranked contacts among those. The air gets my meaning. He nods and immediately begins working on the task. Got it. Two set of signal traces correspond to highly encrypted wavelengths. The first was active half a month to 1 day ago, while the other suddenly appeared a day ago. Looks like we found them. Can we try to pinpoint the signal location? One moment. Nope. Looks like they're using different comms network from the rest of the Mongi security. We can't obtain their exact location with Sexton's permissions. However, if we can use Sexton's permissions to connect to that network and crack their firewall, you might be able to see their location. That said, it'll probably take a full day to crack it with Elmo's current equipment. Well, we'll just start by trying to crack it. The air begins its work. Like he said, the progress bar on the monitor is crawling along. I sink into thought. Then, I suddenly think of something and look towards the diner gate. Say, Dandelion, isn't cracking your forte? You're terrible, Commander. You only want me for my cryptanalysis. It's enough to make me cry. I'll be quiet! I'm sorry. Can you help us out? Well, like the boy said, the Elmo systems don't support cracking. As for me, my processing power is limited to that's diner gate. Have you forgotten that all the signal markers are destroyed and my connection to the outside world has been severed? Ah, Commander, look at this! The air silently exclaims, and I look at the command terminal screen. The opposition signal security has suddenly fallen. The air begins tapping on the screen before I can tell him to. Wait. They voluntarily lowered their own security level? There's a chance now. They lowered it? Did they encounter 404? So they lowered their security level to compatible with 404's security channels. That means we don't have much time to do this, given our current speed. The progress of our ability picks up speed, but the estimated completion time shows the operation will take close to an hour to finish. Damn it, we're still too slow. The Dandy Gate flies up to the screen, and its model eye flashes. Then, Dandelion projects her image and smiles smugly as she speaks to me. Well, if they lower the security to this level, I might be able to do something about it. However, I can't handle an encrypted signal at this level alone. Tell me, what do you need? You know me so well, Commander. You tease me! Can I borrow those cute little dolls of yours? You're not going to do anything dangerous, are you? Relax, I'll return them all in one piece after I'm done. I'll set up myself as the relay, so even if the offensive barriers trigger, I'll be the only one to melt it down. Well, have I allied your concerns? I either diner gate dubiously, then contact Rosa. Soon, processing power reaches the command system. The diner gate perches on the command terminal and begins to work. Looks like there were offensive barriers after all. Time for me to show what I can do. This is a hype event. I can't even complain. Everyone, I need you to focus your forces on the weakest part of the enemy protocol. I assist you from the outside, keep you from being contaminated by the enemy data. If we're ready, then let's go! We'll end this event how I would go.
了解よ。試してみる？
There we go.
あんたが私の相手？くそ。行くわよ。ご命令を。大掃除の時間です。大掃除の時間です。横たわれば楽器、立てれば兵器。横たわれば楽器、立てれば兵器。ええ。了解よ。ターゲット確認。反抗するなんてお申し付けを。全員死ね。弱すぎよ。
We're in! Connect to the channel! This system indicates that cracking was successful and the air begins eavesdropping on them. After some crackling noise, a couple of voices can clearly audible on the channel. I'm here now. Belka, destroy the amplifier. 404 can cut 404, cut all comms now. That's Klukai's voice. So they encountered each other already. What should we do? Should we contact 404? No, can do. They've gone silent, and using Mongi frequency to establish comms would be too risky. Can we obtain their position from the transmission just now? Sure can. Right, send it to Groza. Groza, we got approximate location 404, sending it over now. Head there ASAP. Also, take Sextance with you. Use her to correct your course along the way. Must we? She can perform course corrections from abroad the Elmo. The opposition's permissions outrank Sextance, so it might be another 3rd gen doll. Right now, she's affiliated with the Elmo, so having some extra fighting power will help the upcoming op. Understood. I'll leave Nemesis and Colton here to defend the Elmo. Everyone else will head to the 404. Roger that, I'm counting on you. Groza ends the transmission and prepares to head out. As for me, I paused to think about sending a transmission to Centuriacy. Centuriacy, said Rep. The enemy has attempted 2 counterattacks. Well, we repel both of them. They might continue trying to seize this location. Abandon the base station and return to the Elmo. Just like that, Master? Manji will lower their guard once we abandon the base station. However, I think for a moment. Before that, send one last message from it. What kind of message? Use Morse code and broadcast in clear text. Where are you? Alright, I'll do so now. Soon, Groza's jeep leaves the Elmo and races off into the distance. Meanwhile, a series of long and short tones repeat through my earpiece, and I pray that they will convey adequate hope. Come on, you have to make it. No way, this cuts off, right? It cuts off there? No way! This was a hype bit and it cut off. Who allowed the